markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We're looking at a mixed session, a holiday shortened session. We have got the Dow now down 52, a drop there of 0.1%. S&P up 12, a gain of 0.2%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index right now up 81, trading at another record, up another 0.5%. 10-year at 4.35%, with a 2-year now yielding 4.69%. Gold up 1.3%, 23.62 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude lower a little change, down less than 0.1%, 82.74 a barrel. Traders sending stocks higher. Bond yields falling as a string of weaker than estimated economic data reinforces the case for the Fed to start cutting rates this year. Case in point, industry data do point to a slump in America's services sector. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The ISM Services Index registered the worst showing in 4 years in June. There's been a sharp pullback in business activity and a drop in orders. June's report represents an abrupt reversal from May's 9-month high. Many American businesses are hobbled by interest rates at 2-decade highs, as well as moderating consumer spending and business investment. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
On an update for stocks, Amazon shares are retreating, down 1.2%. Jeff Bezos has disclosed a plan to unload 25 million additional shares of Amazon worth $5 billion as the stock hit a record yesterday. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. The Dow lower, S&P up 12, up 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. I'm Tim Stenevec in for Paul Sweeney. Alex Steele had to run and do some TV for the next few hours. In her place, we're joined by Michael Regan. He is Bloomberg Crypto Team Leader. Is that your title right now?
Yeah.
I got it right.
Yeah.
Congrats on the
all hail.
It's the newish gig. All hail King Crypto.
That's right.
Good to see you.
That's right. But good to take a break from crypto and talk about the real world for once. So happy to be here.
I have bad news. No breaks over the next 2.5 hours. I'm stuck here in this chair next to me. If you go to READ Go on the Bloomberg terminal, you can see the most read stories over the last 8 hours, over the last 1 hour. You can play around with it. And one thing that you're seeing right now is the most read story in the last 8 hours is JP Morgan's Kalanovic to exit amid string of poor stock calls. We're very lucky to have with us this morning Alexandra Semenova. She is Bloomberg Equities reporter, and she's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. This was huge news. Congratulations on the scoop. It's got a green B, or black B in a green circle on the terminal, which means it's a Bloomberg exclusive. You were the first to report about this huge news happening. What's going on?
Yeah, thank you guys for having me on. So obviously pretty significant that one of the most prominent forecasters on Wall Street is leaving JP Morgan. He's been at the firm for 19 years. He, most recently has become known for being one of the few remaining contrarians on Wall Street, sticking with his S&P 500 target of 4,200. That's a drop of more than 20% from where we are now before the year ends. And it's been a bit of a challenging run for him over the last 3 years. In 2022, he was bullish through much of the rout that we experienced. Last year, he stayed bearish even as the S&P 500 rose 24%. And then, of course, this year, he's kind of stuck with that call in the face of the rally. So, it's always a tough job to try to predict the market, but especially when you're in a very, prominent position like that, making calls as the face of JP Morgan's research team.
Alexandra, what I find interesting about Marko Kalanovic is he was one of the first strategists who sort of looked at how some of the big quant funds were trading and their influence on the market. Most strategists look at what they expect earnings per share to do, what they expect for, interest rates, that sort of thing. He really got in the weeds on, your volatility targeting hedge funds and momentum tracing CTA funds. What exactly in his thinking led him to believe that we're due for this bearish turn this year?
Yeah, as you point out, Mike, the guy's brilliant. He has a PhD in physics. He has obviously been very focused on the quantitative aspect of, all of this. He's been talking a lot over the last few years about, very low volatility and how that's been an issue for markets. So that has definitely been part of his call recently. He is saying that a lot of people are, too optimistic given the macroeconomic backdrop. He says that we're at the end of this business cycle, that with sustained higher rates, it's going to be very difficult to achieve the growth that appears to be priced into equity markets. And he was just, insisting that eventually we will get that drop that he's calling for.
So if I go to your bio page, I see all the stories that you've written in recent days, and you have to scroll a lot because you've written so many stories. You have an interview with David Kelly, JP Morgan Asset Management, and his call that he shared with you was polar opposite of Marko Kolanovic's call.
Yeah.
These two guys work at the same firm. They're making different calls. They're out there in public. How does that relationship work? How does it work that they're not sort of espousing the same thing? Is that hard for employees there? Like, help me understand how that works.
Yeah, so that's been
There's not like a unified
really
front.
interesting. So technically, it is really a good thing to have different views under one roof, a diversity of opinion. But it feels like it's been more pronounced over the past 2 years as a lot of people are struggling to predict what will happen. And it's certainly been pronounced at JP Morgan. Their trading desk, actually led by Andrew Tyler, they're very bullish. Andrew Tyler has said that his outlook doesn't depend on interest rate cuts, that the economy is good, that earnings are strong, and the equity run can continue. And then, of course, at JP Morgan Asset Management, David Kelly also very constructive on equities. He does say that he doesn't really like the Mag 7. He says stay away from the top 10 stocks if you're a long-term investor. He wants to, he recommends avoiding some of what he thinks is froth forming at the top, but he overall does think that, maybe things will broaden out and that so far equities can chug along. So very different views from Kolanovich.
It's interesting. It's not unusual for there to be sort of turnover in these chief market strategist roles at the big banks.
It's a hard job, right?
Very hard job. I don't envy anyone who's doing it.
I always compare it to forecasting the weather on New Year's Eve of 2027 or something like that.
Right.
It's an incredibly difficult job. But, Kolanovich was such a brand name. How did you sort of catch on that he was leaving the firm? I mean, is there any drama there? Do we really know what's going on as far as why he's leaving?
Yeah, so, very interestingly, some sources have told me that he wasn't at their recent conference in Paris. And then JP Morgan did have a webinar for their mid-year outlook, and he did not participate in that. So it definitely can sense some of the pressure going on, perhaps internally, ahead of this news and ahead of this announcement. And to that point, now Dubravko Lakos-Buhas, who was the chief equity strategist, he is moving on to take on Kolanovich's role as chief market strategist. And Hussein Malik, who was co-head of global research with Kolanovich, will now be the sole head of global research. So a lot of moves going on the research team there overall.
Hey, I want to remind everyone of some breaking news that we've been covering over the last hour or so. The drumbeat of pressure on President Joe Biden to drop out of the presidential race intensified on Wednesday with a bombshell report in the New York Times that he had conceded to an ally that he might have to abandon his re-election bid if he was unable to turn around public opinion in the coming days. The White House and Biden's campaign quickly denied the report, but time is running out for the beleaguered president to convince anxious Democratic officials, donors, and voters that he remains viable in his efforts to keep former President Donald Trump from returning to office. We're going to continue to have coverage of this developing story as more information does break. Alex, I just want to end with you and sort of get the last word here as to what we know about next moves for Marko. We know, well, what is he going to be working on?
Unclear what the next move will be. I'm very keen to find out, but it is very common for strategists at these banks to sometimes move on to open up their own research shops. The most recent example that comes to mind is Adam Parker, who was chief U.S. equity strategist for Morgan Stanley. He is now running his own firm, Trivariate Research. So a lot of that could happen. We'll definitely stay on top of whatever his next move might be.
Tom Lee was the head of equity strategy at JP Morgan too.
Yeah.
And he's been in the news a ton lately.
Yeah, maybe this is what the market needs.
15,000 call for the S&P 500. I think I saw on Odd Lots.
Yeah, 15,000 by the end of 2030.
Wow. Okay. So quite a bit.
Yeah.
Hey, Alex Semenova, Bloomberg News equities reporter here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Check out her story. It is the most read in the last 8 hours on the Bloomberg terminal. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Dell Technologies has been added to Bank of America's U.S. One List, a collection of the firm's best investment ideas drawn from buy-rated U.S.-listed stocks. Dell shares, they're lower right now. We've got Dell down by 1.6%. Southwest Airlines has adopted a shareholder rights plan to defend against a push for a leadership overhaul by activist firm Elliott Investment Management. And with more, here's Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman.
Charlie, it's commonly known as a poison pill. The plan aims to dissuade what Southwest called de facto or negative control of the airline without compensating other shareholders. It comes after Elliott in June disclosed a $1.9 billion stake in the airline and demanded new leadership and a revamp of Southwest's business to better compete with other airlines. Southwest faces mounting frustration from some investors over the company's lagging financial performance and insular corporate culture. Charlie?
And that's Dan Schwartzman reporting. Southwest shares, they are up now by about 0.8%. Alaska Air's unionized flight attendants are in line to get an average pay increase of 32% as part of a new record contract with the U.S. carrier. The Association of Flight Attendants Alaska disclosed further details of its tentative 3-year agreement, which, among other improvements, makes changes to compensation and conditions, and it includes around 21 months of retroactive pay. Now, keep in mind, a deal could have broader implications for larger rivals, American Airlines and United. Shares of American, they're up now by 1.1%. United also higher today, up by about 0.4%. And again, Alaska Airlines trading higher by 0.5%. And those are some of our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Tim Stenevec, and that's Michael Regan. We are in for Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on this Wednesday, July 3rd. It's a holiday-shortened trading week. We just heard an update on the markets from Charlie Pellet. Now let's get an update on world and national news. We got Michael Barr. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Tim. Michael, Charlie. Pressure is building on President Biden after his debate disaster last week. The president told donors last night jet lag with his busy travel schedule was partly to blame for his shaky performance along with the cold. Now, a key ally of the president who asked not to be named tells the New York Times Biden knows he might not be able to salvage his presidency if he can't convince the public he's up to the job. Charles Myers is the founder of Signum Global Advisors and a top donor to the Biden campaign.
Things are moving a little faster than I expected. I thought they'd have at least 2 or 3. We were telling our clients they'd have 2 or 3 weeks of polling before they would have to make a decision. I thought, this is a personal opinion, I think they've got probably another 5 to 6 days. I think that things are moving much faster against the president.
Charles Myers of Signum Global Advisors was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. The president has a meeting with the Democratic governors tonight and a sit-down interview with ABC on Friday. The White House, meantime, is denying the president is thinking of dropping out. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says former President Trump should come forward with his plan to end the war with Russia quickly, something he's boasted about on the campaign trail. In a nearly hour-long conversation with Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, Zelensky said he should know whether Trump's plan would put Ukraine's sovereignty at risk.
We are 40 million. We're a big country, and we really depend on the aid from the world. And we depend on the aid and the position and the stance of the U.S. So I would like to understand, what would it mean to finish war fast? Tomorrow, do we want the war to be over tomorrow? We didn't the war even to start. It was Putin who started it.
Speaking through an interpreter, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he's willing to meet with Trump in person to hear his proposals. Hurricane Beryl is barreling toward Jamaica with winds topping 145 miles per hour. So far, at least 6 people have died from Beryl as the Category 4 storm churns in the Caribbean Sea. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. With the Bloomberg News Now, I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tim, Michael, Charlie.
Hey, Michael Barr, really appreciate that. Happy 4th of July to
Happy
you.
4th of July to you, to Michael, to Charlie, everybody out there. Happy 4th.
Are you off the next few days?
I'm off just for tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll be back here like an old hound dog on the porch on Friday.
I'll see you there. I'll see you here.
Because we got Jobs Day then.
We do. A holiday shortened trading week, but not for everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michael. Do appreciate it. Mike Regan. It's a Tim sandwich right here. Okay? I'm surrounded by Mikes.
I too am like an old hound dog on the porch.
It's really wonderful here in the studio. I can't ask for a better crew on this day before the 4th of July. So thanks, guys. Among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal, a story about an individual whom both of you and I have interviewed in recent months. What's going on?
Yeah, Ron Shaich, not a household name, but really a pretty influential figure in the restaurant business over, call it, the last 20 years. He created Panera, the famous fast casual. In fact, I think he could be credited with creating what's known as fast casual dining. Don't call it fast food anymore. This is healthier, sort of better food that you can still get quickly. He created Panera. He was one of the early investors in Cava,
Right.
Which has been one of just the most spectacular IPOs over the last year, up 330%, something like that. When I talked to him, I said, Ron, you're not very good at being retired.
Yeah, now.
Because here you are, this huge role at Cava, the hot new restaurant on the block.
I hate to interrupt you, but we're getting more breaking news. Yeah, check out that one on the terminal. It is one of those days. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers are considering signing a letter demanding President Joe Biden withdraw from the race, a senior party official said. As panic mounts, it'll cost them control of Congress. Billy House and Eric Wasson exclusively reporting this for Bloomberg News. We're going to have much more on this in the coming minutes, in the next 2 hours, as Bloomberg Intelligence continues on this Wednesday.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Intelligence. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney are not here. Alex is on Bloomberg TV. You can check her out there. Or you can listen to us or watch us on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals for the next 2 hours. The us is including Mike Regan. He is Bloomberg News crypto team leader. He's here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio with me for the next 2 hours. Thanks for joining me today.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Oh, we love it when you join us here on Bloomberg Radio. So we got some breaking news that I want to continue with. House Democrats are considering demanding that Biden withdraw from the race. This is an exclusive report from Bloomberg News' Billy House and Eric Wasson, who report that dozens of Democratic lawmakers are considering signing a letter demanding President Joe Biden withdraw from the race, a senior party official said, as panic mounts that he'll cost them control of Congress. We're going to be covering this story over the next 2 hours with our team all over the country, including from Washington, D.C. In addition to that, we're going to get a preview of the jobs report. Amy Glazer is going to be joining us. She's Senior Vice President at Adecco. And Steve Sosnick over at Interactive Brokers is going to be with us to discuss the latest when it comes to markets. We also got Bill Pulte on with us a little later in the program, CEO of Pulte Capital, talking about interest rates on housing, third generation in the housing industry. So he's going to certainly have some views there.
Absolutely.
All that and more over the next 2 hours. Before we get there, though, let's get an update on world and national news, or excuse me, business news. With everything that's happening in the markets, here's Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much indeed. Never a slow day, especially ahead of a holiday for a lot of people. We are looking at a mixed U.S. stock market, by the way, and stay tuned to Bloomberg for the latest on those fast-moving developments out of Washington. Right now, S&P trading higher by 15, 55.24. Could see a record close in a holiday-shortened session. We've got the Dow down 90 now, drop there of 0.2%. S&P up 0.3, NASDAQ up 120. Gain right now of 0.7%. 10-year at 4.35%, the 2-year 4.69%, spot gold up 1.4%, 23.61 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.1%, 82.93 for a barrel of WTI. Friday we get the jobs report. Next week we begin with earnings, namely big banks including J.P. Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. As for the earnings backdrop, Margie Patel is Senior Portfolio Manager at Allspring Global Investments.
I think earnings will be at, say, an 8 to 10% annualized rate for the rest of the year, pretty much like the first half of the year. And it's interesting, companies have been raising their dividends in the second quarter, year over year. Dividends are up about 6.5%. So that's as companies have cash that they can deploy to shareholders.
Margie Patel of Allspring. Paramount Global shares jumping the most in 2 months after a merger deal with independent film and TV producer Skydance Media was revived. Shares of Paramount Global, they're up now by 7.7%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. We've got the Dow lower, S&P up 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Really do appreciate it. As we just heard from Charlie, a mixed market when it comes to red and green on the screen. The Dow is down 0.2%. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ, though, both at records right now. We'll see what happens in the next 2 hours on this holiday-shortened trading day. For a view on the markets, let's get on over to Bloomberg U.S. Equities Deputy Team Leader Jess Metton. She's here in our studio on this afternoon. It just passed noon, so I can say this afternoon, which is something I'm used to saying every single day.
Right,
so.
in a little under an hour before we have stocks close in the U.S.
Oh, it's
here.
1?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
the bond market is 2 p.m.
The bond market?
And don't sleep
Listen
on
to
the...
me.
Right.
Well, then why am I on air till 2?
The Fed minutes come out at 2 o'clock today.
What's going on here?
Don't forget about those Fed minutes.
It's just all based on my calendar. This is why we love Jess Metton. Okay, thanks. So we're very close to being done with the trading day.
Right, that's right.
What's on your radar, Jess?
Well, beyond the Fed minutes that'll come out at 2 o'clock, I mean, some of that is obviously going to be backward looking because we've had a couple of inflation prints since that last Fed decision on June 12th, but maybe any sort of indications of how close the call was in the dots, because it went down from 3 in March because they're quarterly, so they come out every other meeting, and this last one was a call for 1 cut for this year, but then 4 for next year, so they added an extra 1 for next year, but that'll be important. But then beyond that, actually, I have a Taking Stock column running Friday morning, who Mike Regan was formerly the editor for, so he knows those pretty well. But basically what I'm doing for Fridays, this is ahead of course, the jobs report that Charlie was mentioning earlier that we're going to get at 8:30 a.m. Washington time on Friday, but it basically kind of sets the tone for the 19 trading days starting on Friday until the end of the month on July 31st, once we hear from Fed Chair Jerome Powell and their decision on the 31st. So you'll have, obviously, the jobs report. Stu Kaiser over at Citi, who heads up their U.S. equity strategy, he looks at implied volatility moves for the S&P 500, and he thinks that it's potentially underpriced for Jobs Day. They do this annualized, it's sitting around 12 right now. So they think that potentially markets might be underpricing potential risks there, depending on whether job growth is higher or lower. But when it comes from an options perspective, usually, I was actually asking him about this too, as far as when does the options market start pricing in higher probability moves for Jobs Day rather than CPI Day? And he was saying that you'd have to see the jobs print go below 150,000 at least once, or maybe a string of those, for you really to see a difference when it comes to options pricing on CPI versus Jobs Day.
It's fascinating how nervous low volatility makes people.
Right.
You know,
it is. It's true. We've talked about that so many times.
Something's got to happen to shake it up, especially these slow summer months.
Right. I have to say, though, we're actually currently, and you know about this, Regan, we're in what's normally the best 2-week stretch for stocks.
Really?
Yes, it is.
It sounds like you didn't know that.
The first 10 trading days in
go back
July.
to editing your columns.
Right. Actually, well, you can read this one on Friday, so I'll be talking about this. So Bank of America had some data on this as well. So if you go back to 1928, the first 10 trading days in July have historically been the strongest. So the index actually advanced 1.5% on average in those first 10 sessions. So obviously you're coming off of the end of a quarter and starting a new quarter. There's lower volume.
Is that what they say? Is that
yes.
the explanation?
That's typical explanation that people want to talk about. So it usually rises in that 2-week span about 70% of the time. But of course, beyond the jobs day, you'll have Fed Chair Jerome Powell on Capitol Hill speaking to the Senate Banking Committee on Tuesday. Normally what happens, he'll speak at 10 a.m. Washington time, but usually 2 hours before that at 8 a.m. So pre-market trading, they'll pre-release his remarks. Usually and we just heard from him earlier this week. So the only real difference would be we have a jobs report between now and then, but usually when I'm talking with my sources, they think we'll continue to hear kind of the same tone from him. And then you can't forget earnings season getting into full gear next Friday. So you'll have JP Morgan and Citigroup reporting next Friday. You'll have the Republican National Convention the week after that. And then you'll have the Fed decision on July 31st.
Okay, keeping track of it all for us is Jess Menton. She's Bloomberg U.S. Equities Deputy Team Leader. She's here in our studio. Back to the top story and some breaking news that we continue to cover. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers are considering signing a letter demanding President Joe Biden withdraw from the race. A senior party official said as panic mounts that he'll cost them control of Congress. This exclusive report coming just in the last 10 minutes from Billy House and Eric Wasson. Billy is Bloomberg News congressional reporter. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau right now. Billy, the calls for Biden to step aside are growing increasingly louder. This time, though, it's coming from lawmakers who are concerned about Congress. What did you learn?
Yeah, there's a draft letter that's prepared for signing, has not been sent out, but it is being circulated from safe seat Democrats. These are Democrats from traditionally safe seats, non-competitive areas. This underscores that it's just not people worried about losing their elections who are concerned about Biden staying on the ticket, but those who likely will be reelected and concerned about the state of Congress as a way to put a brake on perhaps a Trump presidency.
You know, Billy, this is such an unusual situation, obviously. I can't ever remember in my many years on this planet of the House Democrats actually moving against a president like this. Do we have any sense of who will be the signers of this letter? I mean, could it be a Nancy Pelosi type of person to actually sign on to this?
I think it's far more likely to be senior Democratic lawmakers, again, from safe seats, who are concerned about status on committees, on legislation, and on ability to block the White House, Trump White House, from ramming through things. These are probably veteran lawmakers, and the question is, will they pull the trigger and actually send this letter, or will something else happen to prevent that?
Billy, is the concern here that Trump will become president and that Republicans will control Congress also? Is this a last-ditch effort at this point to have a Congress that is not in the same party as the president?
Well, the concern is that both the Senate and the House would fall because of a Biden candidacy that would derail down-ballot candidacies, and the fact that Democrats are fearful of a White House and Congress totally dominated by Republicans running this country.
You know, Billy, I wonder, you mentioned, will they really pull the trigger? I mean, is them leaking this news to you sort of enough to get that message across to Biden? Do you think that's part of the plan, is just to make it clear to Biden that this is something they're willing to do?
Could be the case, but we do know that Biden's hearing some of these concerns. In fact, he called House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries for a second time yesterday for what was described as a very personal talk, very private talk. And House Democrats, a group of them, got together for some legislative discussion yesterday, but that devolved into a fear-fest, panicky gripe session about what happens if Biden sticks around.
Well, so what happens if he doesn't, though? That's I think a big question as well. There's no, as Mike mentioned, it hasn't happened in our lifetimes that this late in a candidacy, a sitting president has decided not to continue, or even a presumptive nominee has decided not to continue. You go back to 1968 in Lyndon Johnson, but that was back in March when he decided not to pursue the presidency. It was before the primaries. Billy, what happens if he were to step aside?
Well, that's the big question. Of course, Hubert Humphrey didn't fare well back in '68 when Johnson withdrew late in the game. There are all kinds of scenarios, and nobody really knows for sure whether Kamala Harris, the vice president, would simply be the choice, or there would be an open convention, or what exactly would happen, and that's or whether it would actually be a boost for Democrats to drop Biden this late in the game.
Well, Billy, what a tremendous scoop on this letter, potentially from House Democrats. How do you see it all playing out? I mean, your guess is as good as anyone's. Is this kind of look like the last straw for Biden, this type of thing happening?
It's really hard to tell, but I would suspect he has, and others have suggested, that he really has just a matter of days to turn this around with performances at public events or an interview on ABC, but this pressure on him is moving faster than many expected, and people are now talking just days for him to do something dramatically to show that he's fit and ready to stay on board with this campaign.
Billy, what did you see shift in recent days? Because as soon as the debate ended and everybody realized it was a political catastrophe for the sitting president, you did have a lot of folks come out with what seemed like very manicured statements, including former President Obama, who worked closely with Biden for 8 years, and others as well, sort of mounting this defensive that seemed very coordinated. But something shifted in recent days.
Well, whether something shifted or something didn't happen that they had asked to happen, I mean, certainly the White House and the Biden campaign and the president himself had been asking Democrats to keep their powder dry in terms of calls for him to withdraw, to give him time to show that that shaky debate performance was not really the best picture of where he and how he can perform. But instead of really coming out forcefully in these few days he has not done that.
Hey, Billy, we're going to let you run because I know you are super busy. Once again, this breaking news just happening just before the noon hour, just in the last 20 minutes. Billy House and Eric Wasson reporting that House Democrats are considering demanding that Biden withdraw from the race. Billy House is Bloomberg News congressional reporter joining us from Washington, D.C. Let's now go to Bloomberg Washington senior editor Wendy Benjaminson, who joins us from Washington as well. Wendy, I want to pose the same question to you about sort of the shift in tone that we've heard from what seemed initially like a unified front just after the debate coming from Democrats on the defensive. What has happened in recent days where suddenly today we are just hearing so much from Democrats right now about their desire for Biden to step aside?
Yes, this is a really fast-moving story. I mean, we're barely able to keep up with events as they are happening. Billy and Eric's story that House Democrats, even those in safe seats that are considering circulating this letter, the president is meeting with governors tonight at 6:30 p.m. Some of them who are potential ticket replacements like Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker of Illinois, they are coming in for the meeting. Governor Hochul of New York is as well. Others will be calling in. These, of course, are Democratic governors who are absolutely concerned. And then, of course, there's just this drumbeat going on and on and on that seems to, according to the New York Times and some of our reporting, that seems to have pushed Biden to the point of, let's see how the weekend goes, and then we will regroup. That seems to be what he has told an ally. I should say the White House has denied that conversation happened, but he'll be talking to George Stephanopoulos Friday night, and then he's got some events in the crucial swing states of Wisconsin and Pennsylvania on over the weekend. And if these events don't go well, what we understand is there will be some more difficult conversations ahead.
Wendy, this is obviously a situation that none of us have ever experienced in U.S. politics. So forgive me for asking you a potentially very difficult question to answer, if not impossible, but how does the process of putting up a potential replacement candidate, how do you see that playing out? I mean, would you expect the party to sort of coalesce around a candidate and present them at the convention, or could we actually see a convention with competing speeches and that sort of thing?
Well, that last scenario, which has been something journalists have been dreaming of ever since the back room, smoke-filled rooms went away in the 1970s, but that is not going to, I don't think that's going to happen. I stopped myself from saying absolute because apparently in 2024, anything can happen. But what our reporting shows about how the process would play out is, first, Joe Biden has to make the most difficult decision of his 81 years, and that is to acknowledge that he is too old to continue. So that's the first thing, and only he can take himself off the ballot. He is not only the incumbent president of the United States, he is the head of the Democratic Party, and he has thousands of delegates pledged to be loyal to him at the convention. So he would have to release those delegates. And then those delegates would either in an open convention floor fight, which no one wants to see because it sends you into the general election as a weakened candidate. They would probably coalesce around someone. And that seems to be at this very early moment, before Joe Biden has changed his mind about anything, seems to be Kamala Harris and the vice president. And there's a very practical reason for that. And that is that the Biden-Harris campaign war chest would then simply transfer to her. $200 million goes right to her. If it were Governor Gavin Newsom, if it were Governor Gretchen Whitmer, if it were any of these other people that we are talking about, they could not use donations that were pledged to reelect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I think there's some super PAC money they could use, and they would be raising money very quickly. But $200 million, there's not a lot of time to come up with that kind of change, and so it would, for practical reasons, it would be Kamala Harris. And one more point: this is bolstered by some latest polling showing her 1 point down from Trump in a Reuters poll that was released today.
Okay, that poll though, that's a national poll, right?
It is a national poll.
I always get a little bit, I always get, I'm skeptical of national polls because we don't live in we don't live in an environment where, we count on the popular vote. A Republican hasn't won the popular vote since, 2004 when it comes to being president. So popular vote doesn't matter. How does she do in swing states? Do we know yet? Recently,
well,
we know a few months ago, but recently.
Right. Our polling before the debate showed her doing 1 point less than Biden against Trump, but we have a poll, a Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll of the swing states is coming out on Friday, and we will have that answer then.
Oh, perfect
but we don't know yet. We do know that people are looking for an alternative. She's a practical alternative. I think the Democratic Party could easily coalesce switching from an elderly white man to a woman in her 50s who is, of African American and Indian descent. I think that is something the Democratic Party could rally around. And then she would have to beat Donald Trump, who is, right now ahead in the polls.
Wendy, it does seem like there are also, Wendy, before we let you go, it does, if again, we're just playing this out, but, and so forgive us, but people are thinking about this, so it's fair to be talking about. If Biden were to step aside, Vice President Harris were to take the top of the ticket, she would need to find a running mate. I've heard many people argue that there are lots of popular governors in swing states, popular Democratic governors in swing states, who could potentially be a vice presidential pick and help with all those crucial swing states.
That's true, but at this point, we're just playing parlor games here. So acknowledging that this is a parlor game, a game of Clue or something, there has been chatter, but only in the chattering class, not serious conversations, about Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who would bring geographic and ethnic racial difference from Kamala Harris and gender. There is Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, who has been doing very well in a bipartisan state, also another crucial swing state. So yes, there is talk of people like that. And then less likely Gavin Newsom, because they would both be Californians, although maybe in the 21st century, your state doesn't matter. So we'll see, but that's a few chess moves down the board, I think.
Well, really appreciate you chatting with us about this, and about everything when it comes to this fast-moving story. Once again, House Democrats consider demanding Biden withdraw from the race. An exclusive by our own Billy House and Eric Wasson coming out just in the last half hour. Lots happening in this last hour of trading too on this holiday-shortened trading day. For an update on what's going on with markets and business news, let's get on over to Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Tim. 38 minutes to go until the closing bell on this holiday-shortened session. S&P right now up 21 to 55.30, a gain of 0.4%. The Dow lower by 52, down 0.1%. We've got NASDAQ up 137, up by about 0.8%. 10-year yield at 4.35%. The 2-year 4.69%, and spot gold up 1.3%, 23.60 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude little changed, up 8 cents now, 82.89, a gain of about 0.1%. Marco Kolanovic, J.P. Morgan Chase's chief market strategist and co-head of global research, is leaving the bank, according to an internal memo obtained by Bloomberg News. The memo says Kolanovic, who has been at J.P. Morgan for 19 years, is, quote, exploring other opportunities. The move does come following a disastrous 2-year stretch of stock market calls by Kolanovic. He was steadfastly bullish in much of 2022 as the S&P 500 index sank 19%. Shares of JP Morgan Chase down by 0.3%. Again, recapping here, we're looking at a mixed market holiday shortened trading session. S&P up 21, up 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Really do appreciate it. Just to continue with the headlines that are crossing very quickly, the developing story that we'll continue to bring you updates on. House Democrats consider demanding that Biden withdraw from the race. Exclusive coming in the last half hour from Billy House and Eric Wasson. It follows a story by our own Justin Sink earlier in the day about Biden facing mounting pressure as that New York Times report says he weighs an exit. We'll continue to have developments on this breaking news as we continue on Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Tim Stenbeck in for Alex Steele. Mike Regan here from the Bloomberg News crypto team. He's team leader over there. He's in for Paul Sweeney. Or maybe I'm in for Paul, you're in for Alex. It doesn't really matter here.
It's all fungible.
It's all fungible.
Fungible hosts.
That sounds like you're talking about NFTs.
I know, but too much time
in
the crypto markets.
Hey, something that's not fungible is what's going to happen when it comes to employment this week. We're going to get the June payrolls on Friday, despite the fact that it's a holiday-shortened trading week. 190,000 is what economists surveyed by Bloomberg are expecting. It would be a significant decline from the 272,000 that we saw in May, that being a big upside surprise. Let's hear what Amy Glazer has to say. She's Senior Vice President over at Adecco. She joins us from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. Amy, good to have you on with us. Usually you join us on days where we've already heard the numbers, but give us a preview of what you're looking for when it comes to payrolls on Friday.
Yeah, we're looking at another strong month. I don't think it'll be quite as white hot as May, but probably somewhere around the 200,000s. We're still seeing employers actively post for openings, and we're anticipating another solid month.
You know, Amy, I saw an interesting chart the other day that showed the ratio of job openings to the number of people seeking jobs. And, you know, the gist of the takeaway of the chart was that that ratio is back to where it was before the pandemic. Does that make sense to you? Is this finally the quote-unquote normalization of the labor market after the pandemic, or is there still work to be done to get back to where we were?
I think we're definitely in our new normal. I anticipate Q3, Q4 more stability in the market, but we're going to remain at about a 1-to-1 ratio of openings to job applicants. The real question is, can we match on a skills basis?
And what kind of skills are mismatched right now? You know, if I'm a kid graduating from college, what kind of jobs am I looking for in this environment?
Actually, they're the ones that are going to have a great opportunity because professional services, healthcare, we even see technology rebounding in the near future. So college degreed opportunities will continue to expand. I think the real skills gap that we will continue to see is in manufacturing skilled trades. And that should be the focus for folks as they're looking for future career paths.
But should that be the focus for people coming out of high school or people coming out of college? It's a big debate that's happening right now. This idea of the quote-unquote tool belt generation.
It is the big debate.
And I can tell you, as somebody who has to write checks for people who come over and, you know, trim trees and fix air conditioners, I can understand why.
Right. It's a great opportunity when you're in high school to really decide, do you want that career track to move into skilled trades, or do you want to take the college track? And it's really an individual decision for students. Now, I will say, oftentimes the career track is much faster. So depending upon as that alpha generation starts coming due in the next couple of years, what's their appetite to sit through years of schooling versus having those more gratifying immediate results?
And Amy, what are you expecting as far as wage growth or average hourly earnings, as they call it in the monthly jobs report? You know, there has been some cooling from that really strong wage growth that we saw in the last couple of years. Still above the rate of inflation, so there still is real wage growth. But what is the outlook there? Can we still expect above inflation wage growth going forward?
I think right now we'll still remain above, but not as white hot as it was. I see continued reductions. In fact, in that space, we see that employees are sticking more at their current companies and focused on stability versus hopping for $1 or $2 more at a competitor down the street.
We got the JOLTS numbers. It was only yesterday. Seems like a long week, Mike, but
this week's lasted a month, I feel like.
It has lasted a month, and it's only Wednesday. I'm wondering about the JOLTS number. Was it sort of it was not Fed friendly because it showed that there were actually more openings than expected. What does that say about what's going to happen on Friday? Does it show that the labor market is not cooling like we thought it was?
I think, again, it's going to show it's not going to be an explosion. I don't anticipate huge surprises on Friday.
But do you change your view based on the JOLTS figure?
No, not necessarily.
You don't? Okay.
Amy, you had an interesting point you made in the notes you sent us talking about what you call peak 65, when more Americans than ever will turn the age 65. What does that mean for the job market?
Over 11,000 every day in 2024 and beyond for the next 3 years. It's creating additional gaps in those skills as a lot of institutional knowledge and folks that have those skills depart. So employers are really being tasked with taking some steps now to help offset what's going to be happening with that skills gap. That's creating mentorship programs, investing in learning and development opportunities, and really partnering with their workforce planning to ensure that they've got a plan as more and more baby boomers retire.
I mean, how unprepared are we for this? Be candid, please.
About half of the folks I'm talking to right now aren't as concerned with it as I think they should be.
Amy, I'm curious what you think about the so-called gig economy. You know, for a few years there, it seemed like so many jobs were being shifted to sort of a contract basis, a freelance basis. How is that trend playing out in this environment? Is that still the case where so many opportunities are sort of not full-time jobs, but gig economy type of jobs?
I think there are those gig-like opportunities. We're switching more to the terminology of flexible scheduling opportunities. We're seeing a strong appetite, especially in Gen Z, for those flexible part-time schedules. We're even seeing it in my generation, Gen X, as we face challenges of dealing with maybe childcare and elder care. So whether or not it's gig and a true contractor or platform, or it's just more flexible scheduling and part-time schedules, we will continue to see an increase in that in the upcoming years.
I do wonder about what that means, Amy, for people in insurance and benefits, because we live in a country and a society where your health insurance and your benefits are tied to your place of employment, and a lot of those flexible gigs don't offer that type of coverage.
I think it's an opportunity for those that do, and you'll see an offset in wages if that occurs. So if somebody's offering benefits for part-time work, you may take a trade-off in the salary to keep those benefits.
Well, good to hear from a fellow Gen Xer, Amy. We never get to talk much.
I think Gen X is like I'll be honest, my favorite generation.
Is it?
Yeah.
What are you? You're a millennial.
I'm a millennial.
Yeah.
And I just Gen X doesn't get enough love, and it hasn't gotten enough love.
Tim.
And if you but if you look around and you see who are the next generation who are running companies right now, who are the folks who are the decision makers, a lot of them are Gen X right now, and I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's bound to happen, right?
Yeah, bound to happen.
That day was bound to come.
Yeah. Hey, Amy Glazer, Senior Vice President at Adecco, joining us here from Florida. That jobs number coming Friday, of course, here on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV. We are going to have live coverage of that report when it hits at 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time, the day after the 4th of July. Until then, though, we got much more coming up on Bloomberg Intelligence, including some of Anne-Marie Hordern's interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. That's coming up in just a few minutes. First up, though, a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Tim. Pressure is building quickly on President Biden after his debate disaster last week. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers are considering signing a letter demanding the president withdraw from the race. Now, a key ally of the president, who asked not to be named, is telling the New York Times that Biden knows he might not be able to salvage his candidacy, and he's weighing whether to continue in the race. Now, the White House says that is simply not true. They denied it vehemently. Spokesman Andrew Bates posting on X, quote, "That claim is absolutely false. If the New York Times had provided us with more than 7 minutes to comment, we would have told them so. And Reuters is reporting if Biden does drop out, Democrats see Vice President Kamala Harris as the most viable alternative at the top of the ticket. The president does have a meeting with Democratic governors tonight and a sit-down interview with ABC's George Stephanopoulos on Friday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is challenging former President Donald Trump to present his plan to bring a quick end to Russia's war with Ukraine. He sat for a nearly hour-long interview with Bloomberg Television in Kyiv.
To finish war fast. Tomorrow, do we want the war to be over tomorrow? We didn't the war even to start. It was Putin who started it. But how can you agree that it would be fair? If Trump knows how to end this war, he should tell us today.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking through an interpreter. He says the country should be prepared if Trump's plan means risks to Ukraine's independence and statehood. Now, this week's holiday travel crush is expected to break records with more than 30 million people passing through the nation's airports this 4th of July weekend. Another 60 million expected on the roads, and TSA says it could screen a record-breaking 3 million people on Sunday alone. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got just 20 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. Holiday shortened trading session for the U.S. stock market, 1 p.m. close, while the recommended close for Treasuries is 2 p.m. S&P right now up 21, 55.30, on track for a potential record, another record. We've got the S&P up 0.4%. Dow Industrials in the red, lower now by 0.1%, down 53 points. NASDAQ, another record there, 18,163, up 134 points, up 0.7%. Any move higher today will be another record for both the S&P and NASDAQ. 10-year 4.34%, the 2-year 4.69%. Spot gold up $30 the ounce to $23.60, up 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, 83.19 for a barrel of crude. Wall Street, meanwhile, looking ahead to Friday's jobs report. Inflation watchers will be focused on the wage growth component. Amy Hunter Glazier is Senior Vice President at the job placement firm Adecco, and she was interviewed moments ago on Bloomberg Intelligence.
I think right now we'll still remain above, but not as white hot as it was. I see continued reductions. In fact, in that space, we see that employees are sticking more at their current companies and focused on stability versus hopping for $1 or $2 more at a competitor down the street.
Amy Glazier of Adecco. Recapping stocks higher. S&P up 21 now, up 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky sat down with Bloomberg TV's Anne-Marie Hordern for an exclusive interview in Kyiv just days before NATO leaders meet in Washington for a summit where the war in Ukraine is going to dominate talks. Zelensky discussed the outlook for a potential ceasefire and Donald Trump's boast that if elected, he'll end the war by the time he's inaugurated in January. Also, front and center for Americans and for people around the world is Biden's age. We've gotten multiple reports about an ally, as well as House Democrats pushing for him to step aside. Bloomberg Surveillance co-host Anne-Marie Hordern asked President Zelensky about Biden's age. Here's what he had to say.
You're 46 years old. Would you do your job at 81?
Oh, wow. I don't know. It depends on many things, of course. It depends on your health and who is around you, your team, and etc. And the United States now not in war. I think being in war it's a little bit and other things. I don't know. I only can to wish good health.
That was the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, speaking with Anne-Marie Hordern, who joins us right now from Kyiv. Anne-Marie, just a fantastic interview, a Bloomberg exclusive. You covered a lot, the outlook for a potential ceasefire, the former president and current Republican frontrunner boasting that if elected, he'll end the war by the time he's inaugurated in January. What were your big takeaways?
So the sense I got is just like the debate everyone in the United States watched and now is changing potentially the outlook of the presidential election as really the pressure is mounting on President Biden. Across the entire world, this debate has reverberated, and one of the potential vulnerabilities is going to be here in Ukraine. So, of course, I asked Zelensky if he watched the debate. He did. He said he wanted to know what each candidate's position was about Ukraine. When I asked him, you spent so much time with Biden, have you seen a deterioration in his health? Because now more than 70% of Americans do not think he has the mental health or the cognitive health to continue to serve. He really wanted to be respectful of the president, and he was very gracious. The only moment there you got a little bit of truth, really, of really how old the president is, and the concern is when I asked him at 46 years old, would you do this at 81, the demands of this job? And clearly his answer was he's not too sure about that, so much that he laughed. And then, of course, we talked about former President Trump, because the former president said at the debate that he can solve this conflict before even being elected. And President Zelensky wants to know exactly what that means. And if you think the tide and the polls are turning towards Trump's favor, he wants to know and not take chances before November. So he says he's potentially ready to sit down with the former president. He said any surprise out of the United States when it comes to Ukraine's security could be a tragedy for them.
Anne-Marie, that was a great question. I got to be honest, I'm not sure I want to do my job at age 81 either. That's a tough one. But Anne-Marie, President Zelensky also had some interesting comments about China, basically calling out China to get involved in trying to make peace here. Could you talk to us a little bit about what he had to say regarding China?
Well, China was a big topic because we also reported overnight that Russian and Chinese companies are working together to potentially make a replica of the Shahadi Iranian drones that Russia has bought and is using for their invasion in Ukraine. Now, there's a big question mark on whether or not, and some European allies disagree with U.S. officials, about whether or not this is considered lethal weapon. And Zelensky reiterated to me what he said at the G7, which was that Xi Jinping gave him his word that they would not be supplying Russia with lethal weapons. But has they found hardware, material, potentially in drones, chips, that are Chinese? And he said, we don't have 100% evidence, but he said it's also an issue. They find European components as well. And then I dug in a little bit to ask, what does he see China's role in this conflict? Yesterday, the Finnish president told Bloomberg that this conflict could end with one call from Xi Jinping to Vladimir Putin. Now, Zelensky thinks that they can play a much bigger role, put a lot more pressure on Russia, because that is how Russia has the ability to fund this war through all their commodity sales to China and also their imports to China. And he thinks, though, if there's to be a third-party mediator, he thinks it needs to be both the United States and China at the table helping to solve this.
Hey, Anne-Marie, we're going to get to more of your interview with the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. But my question for you is just what it's like to be on the ground in Kyiv right now. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are you noticing? This is a country at war.
It is a country at war, and sometimes you forget because the streets are bustling as they enter their third summer with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but then you quickly remember when the air raid sirens go off. Right now we're doing this live off of a generator. You could probably hear them behind me. There's constant power outages, sometimes rolling blackouts. You talk to some of the individuals at a coffee shop or getting a meal, and they apologize. We're sorry, we're slow. Not everyone is here. We have people who went to the front lines. There's more of an intense mobilization now. They changed the law to lower the draft. That's going to have an impact on who can be working at all these restaurants and shops. I think one of the biggest takeaways for me is that almost every night you spend part of it in a bomb shelter, in a bunker, because you're woken up by air raid sirens and tell you that for your safety, you should go inside one of these bomb shelters. So while life continues, there is a sense of anxiety that this society has just unfortunately had to learn to live with.
Anne-Marie, I'm wondering if you could give us a sense of just how worried that President Zelensky feels regarding the November election in the U.S. I imagine this is something probably keeping him up at night. Is that fair to say? And did he give any hint of is it affecting his strategy as far as fighting this war and how to prepare for the elections in November?
Well, I got the sense from him, and he said this, is that he thinks the American people are still behind supporting Ukraine. Sure, maybe there's some changes on the margins, but he thinks largely the American people are behind supporting Ukraine. I think that's why he came out and said he's ready to get in a room with Trump. He's ready to potentially sit down with Trump. Because if Trump has this plan, he needs to hear it now. He doesn't want to be caught off guard when it happens in November, through the November elections. When it comes to potentially what the U.S. has been supporting Ukraine, he made it very clear. He doesn't like the word stalemate. He doesn't like the word deadlock, because he thinks that those words mean there is no way out. He says, we have the will, we need the tools. The issue, he said, is that the tools just come late. He said it's very hard to organize a counteroffensive when we're waiting on the weapons to come. They just signed more than $60 billion in the United States. He couldn't even give me a timeline of when those weapons were going to get to the front line. He said, our will is there. We need the tools. Maybe the tools have been signed off, but they have yet to be delivered. And that's the sense I got where is so frustrating for him about trying to push Russia back, because right now there are more Ukrainians living under Russian occupation than there were at the end of 2022. And the frustration he got is that they have the will, they're there, they just feel so delayed right now in the fight.
Anne-Marie, before we let you go, Elon Musk actually came up in your interview today. He, of course, has been linked because of Starlink and the Starlink internet service. What did you learn about Zelensky's views on Musk?
Well, there's a lot of reports that the Russians are infiltrating into Starlink. I wanted to get a sense if Zelensky trusts Musk, because you remember a few times through memes with President Zelensky told me he does enjoy a meme here and there, and that's a way he finds humor. If he found them disparaging, he wanted to leave all of that to the side. He's appreciative of Starlink. He definitely does not want to see Russia get access or interfere with that, though.
All right, Anne-Marie Hordern, Bloomberg Surveillance, Bloomberg Television, live from Kyiv, Ukraine, just following her interview with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky, a Bloomberg exclusive. Anne-Marie joining us from Ukraine. Let's now get to Washington, D.C. for Bloomberg News. U.S. National Security Team Leader Nick Wadhams stands by. Nick, I do want to start with the question that has been on everyone's mind today, especially and a lot over the last 6 days, about President Biden's age. Anne-Marie talking about how that debate not just resonating here in the United States, but also globally. In fact, it coming up in her interview with Volodymyr Zelensky. How is President Biden viewed on the national stage right now?
Well, I mean, that is certainly the question of the moment. There's a lot of reporting that there is a gathering wave of Democrats who are thinking that the Democratic Party basically needs to develop a plan B here, and that President Biden should step aside. And the White House is really pushing back very fiercely against a report that was in the New York Times this morning saying that, citing an ally of the president's, an unidentified ally, saying that he was thinking about the possibility of resigning. The White House immediately pushed back from that on that and said he is not going anywhere. There are likely to be several events in the next few days where the White House wants to put Biden out and show him, they hope, at his best to persuade voters that he's going to stay in the race and that he's up to the job. Obviously, the big question is going to be where voters stand on that. A lot of polling going on right now about what voters think about President Biden's ability to keep doing the job, especially if he wins a second term, and then I think would be 86 by the time his second term ended. So, you know, this is still very much a live ball, but at the moment, at least, the White House is insisting that the president is not going anywhere and there will not be another candidate for president on the Democratic ticket.
You know, Nick, the headline out of Anne-Marie's interview with President Zelensky was that he's challenging Trump to reveal his plan for ending the war with Russia. I wonder, from the people you talk to, the reporting you've done, is there any sense that Trump really does have a plan, or is it just all talk?
We have not been able to uncover any specifics of a particular plan. You should be noted that this is something that the president has said many times. That the difference in the debate last week was that he said he would be able to end this war between the time he was elected and when he was inaugurated, which would, of course, violate U.S. law. People in Trump's position who are not officially in government are not actually allowed to negotiate with other governments in a situation like that. So, but he had said previously that he would end the war within the first 24 hours of his presidency. You know, this is another one of those things that Trump says that then when we chase, we find that there is not, does not appear to be, at least based on our current reporting, a concrete plan, and his campaign has not provided one yet. But it does again go back to this issue that President Trump has claimed for quite some time, that President Vladimir Putin would not have sent his forces into Ukraine if it were not for Joe Biden. That they believe that President Putin was exploiting what he calls Joe Biden's weakness and took this opportunity to invade.
Hey, Nick, we only have about 10 seconds left, but NATO leaders are set to meet in Washington for a summit. What should we be keeping an eye on?
Well, the big thing is essentially this was supposed to be an event that was going to show Western solidarity for Ukraine, but given everything around Biden, around elections in France, funding commitments, it's going to do just the opposite. So that's what we'll be looking for.
All right, Bloomberg News U.S. National Security Team leader Nick Wadhams joining us live from Washington, D.C. Check out all of Nick's reporting and his entire team's reporting on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. And also check out the full interview of Anne-Marie Hordern's interview with Volodymyr Zelensky. You can do that at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg terminal. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Intelligence on this. Wow. Look at that. Wednesday, July 3rd. It is the day before the 4th of July. Markets are set to close in just a few minutes. We are higher by half a percentage point on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ is higher by 0.8%, while the Dow Jones Industrial Average is down by 0.1%. We have a great show coming up over the next hour. Abigail Doolittle is going to be joining us to give us an idea of stocks and companies to watch. We also got the CEO of Pulte Capital, Bill Pulte, joining us to talk about interest rates and what's going on in the housing market. We're a little bit later in our program. We're going to be hearing from the head of the Carney Consumer Institute on how consumers who love a deal are going to benefit from annual 4th of July sales. Mike Regan, is there anything on your list?
I always want to talk about NVIDIA.
I meant to buy, sorry. I'm sorry, the ship has sailed on buying anything from NVIDIA, whether we're talking about the company's stock or Blackwell chips.
Oh, well, I guess I'll just stick with barbecue for the weekend then.
Okay, barbecue is good enough. Also, Steve Matthews is going to be joining us a little later in the program as well. All that and more coming up over the next hour. First up, though, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Markets are closed, Charlie.
Indeed. On to the fireworks. Can't wait. NVIDIA, Mike Regan just talking about that. NVIDIA shares up today by 4.6%. Turned out to be a mixed Wednesday with the Dow Jones Industrial Average lower. S&P, NASDAQ, they both advanced today. S&P up 28, ending the session at a record 55.36, up 0.5%. The Dow slumped 23, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ, another record there, 18,188, up 159 points today, up 0.9%. NASDAQ 100 index also higher today, record there, up 0.9%. 10-year 4.34%, the 2-year 4.69%. Gold up $26 the ounce to $23.55, up 1.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up by just about 0.5%. So what about the market backdrop and the outlook? Alan Hazen is Chief Market Strategist and Lead Portfolio Manager at Putnam Securities.
In order for the market to broaden out, we need to see earnings broadening out. If you look, though, at the Magnificent Seven earnings compared to the rest of the market earnings, the forecasts right now are that it's going to broaden out. So I think that the services and the manufacturing ISMs, while both moderating from better levels last month, don't necessarily mean that it's all going to fall off a cliff.
Alan Hazen of Putnam Securities. Paramount Global up the most in 2 months after a merger deal with independent film and TV producer Skydance Media was revived. Paramount Global up today by 6.9%. Again, recapping closing numbers here. S&P up 28, up 0.5. The Dow down 0.1%. NASDAQ up 0.9%. Your 10-year 4.34%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Our top story that we continue with this hour is President Biden facing mounting pressure as a report says that he weighs an exit. The drumbeat of pressure on President Joe Biden to drop out of the presidential race intensified on Wednesday. There was a bombshell report in the New York Times that he had conceded to a key ally he might have to abandon his reelection bid if he was unable to turn around public opinion in the coming days. Not everybody, though, is on that side of him stepping aside. Check out what Representative Jim Clyburn, Democrat of South Carolina, he's House Minority Whip, had to say on MSNBC when asked about a potential that he would step aside.
I will support her if he were to step aside, but I want to support her going forward sometime in the future. I want this ticket to continue to be Biden-Harris.
That was Representative Jim Clyburn of South Carolina, the House Minority Whip. For more, let's go to Basil Smikle, professor of practice in Columbia University's School of Professional Studies, also former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party. It's good to have you with us this afternoon, Basil. Do appreciate you joining us. What do you think the president should do?
Well, I think it's wholly appropriate for him to respond to the criticism and concerns. You know, he's making phone calls, and perhaps he should have made a few earlier, sooner, I should say, after the debate than some of the reporting suggests. And I can certainly understand some of the concerns among Democrats with his performance. He would be wrong to not acknowledge that. But what I would also say is that I'm objecting in many ways to this sort of open casting call, where you have so many Dems engaged in this hand-wringing, as opposed to coming right out afterwards and saying, yes, we acknowledge he didn't have a great night, but Biden on his worst day is orders of magnitude better than Donald Trump on his best day, and could continue to call out the distinction between the two in almost every policy area imaginable. They didn't do that. And now, because this is cascading, the president finds himself in a position where he's got to do this kind of damage control. But this is a hole that in some ways a good chunk of our party's leadership dug themselves into.
Professor, I'd love to hear what happens among the political parties at the state and local level at a time like this. You were formerly the executive director of the New York State Democratic Party. Could you sort of put us in the room with those type of political leaders at a time like this? Are there discussions on a state and local level about whether or not you would sort of coalesce around a candidate to replace Biden? Or what goes on at the level of politics that you operated in at a moment like this?
Sure. There are two big issues. The first is, well, let's say three. The first is what happens to the rest of the ticket. What happens to down ballot races, whether you're running for a state Senate seat or Congress, for example, because they're really important seats that are up in the state of New York that could turn the tide for control of the House. So you are hyper concerned about the rest of the ticket. You're concerned about fundraising, because even though the presidential races in some ways take care of themselves from the myriad of individual donations to the candidate, but also the independent expenditures, there's a little more of a challenge at the state and local level because the infrastructure financially is so heavily dependent on what's happening nationally. That's certainly true with individual donors, but also bigger donors and supporters like labor unions and so on. But it's also important to remember that in some ways the state parties are, for lack of a better term, franchisees of the national party, right? So you as a state party leader are certainly concerned about your own state's politics. If you're a governor and your president is of the same party, you're absolutely concerned about how these decisions are going to affect the politics of your state. But in many ways, we're supposed to be one party. And so you're supposed to have the kind of, and it's hard to say, without being a machine and without being too top heavy, there should be some consensus on messaging and narrative. And so you try very much to maintain that, to do the first thing I said, which is to protect the entire ticket.
Basil, really appreciate you joining us today. That, of course, was Basil Smikle, professor of practice in Columbia University School of Professional Studies, former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party. Well, let's take a look at equity markets. They are closed, though the bond market is still open. The NASDAQ and S&P 500 finished at a fresh record, I should say. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell just fractionally. We got Abigail Doolittle with us. She is Bloomberg News Chief Markets Correspondent. She's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Abigail, another day, another record. Is this 32 for the S&P 500 or 33 so far this year?
I don't actually know the exact count. It is one of those two. Mike, do you know?
Oh,
Mike's on crypto now.
I was told there'd be no questions.
But it is in that range. I mean, we're now at the a little bit past actually the official halfway mark. So that's quite a few record highs. The S&P 500 up 0.5%, the NASDAQ closing up nearly 0.9%, the stocks up almost 2%, China tech stocks up 3.3%. But then if we go to the Dow, down slightly, the Russell 2000 up slightly, banks down 0.5%. So we really continue to have this split between growth and value, which is really pretty interesting. Now, at the end of the day, NVIDIA is really what's powering, or one of the stocks powering the S&P 500 to this record high, and the NASDAQ 100 up 4.6%. It started off lower. The stock is roughly in a correction. After today, it might be slightly out of that territory, but that chart is breaking down. If we take a look at the chart here, the RSI is sinking. It could pop back higher, but there are weaker hands interested in NVIDIA right now, and the people who bought really well below 100, they're looking to take profits right now, but in a way that doesn't really alert everybody, maybe even creates a sense of FOMO so that people who aren't really doing a lot of work buy it up here.
Paper hands, as they say on Reddit, I believe.
Yes.
The alternative of diamond hands.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which I'm not sure you can operate with either of those types of hands. But Abigail, I know you've been looking at housing and mortgage rates. Talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing there and what sort of ripple effects that could have into the market.
Well, it's interesting because we once again have the 30-year mortgage solidly above 7%. And, you know, a year ago or 2 years ago, my sources were telling me that that would just absolutely kill the housing market. That really didn't happen. What's interesting, because there's such a logjam of existing home supply, because there's so many people who bought homes at 2-3%, they simply cannot afford to move unless they were going to move into something much smaller, which isn't available because rates are higher. But for a while, new home sale buyers were actually still continuing to buy new homes at higher rates. And then rates came in a little bit. You know, for the first 6 months of this year, there's been the hopium that we were going to see rates come in. If you recall, last December, a lot of people on the street talking about the Fed cutting 6 times this year. But at this point, I think the reality is setting in for the average person and experts alike that, yes, higher for longer, or you could say normal for longer. And that has been weighing on applications. It's been weighing on the existing home supply, as I was just mentioning. It's unclear what that could mean for the broader markets. In some of my work with real estate, and more specifically commercial real estate, right now it's thought that any kind of slowdown is not going to bleed into the broader stock markets. But you know, if it turned into some sort of a significant slowdown, I think that the difference here is the leverage isn't on the individual balance sheet, it's on the Fed's balance sheet. So we have some degree of expertise at least guiding that leverage, which I think is maybe a little bit hopeful.
Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg News chief markets correspondent here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, and a perfect segue for our next guest talking about higher mortgage rates in the housing market. We have back with us Bill Pulte, chief executive officer of Pulte Capital. He joins us from Harbor Springs, Michigan. Bill Pulte knows a thing or two about housing because he is the grandson of the founder and chairman of the home construction and real estate development company Pulte Group, market cap of $22 billion. Bill focusing right now on home services, companies that do HVAC, roofing, siding, specialty drywall, flooring distribution. Pulte Capital is the name of his firm. Bill, good to have you with us. How are you?
Thank you. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
No longer with Pulte Group, although I spent a number of years there.
Pulte Capital is what I meant, is what you're working on these days. But you do know still,
these days, yes.
Yeah, a thing or two about the housing market and housing in the country. And I'm wondering what you're seeing and what you're thinking when it comes to mortgage rates right now, which, as Abigail mentioned, are at 7.37% according to the bank rate 30-year index.
She made some great points. You know, when I was on the board of Pulte Homes a few years ago, the interest rates were at 2, 3, 4%. Now you have over 7%. The good news is that the builders have been able to take market share. The bad news is that a lot of the small home builders and affordability have really been hurt. I think you're going to see a situation, guys, where you see a little bit of price softness, but until these old homes start selling again, you're going to see prices stay pretty high. We've seen some resale of homes in Florida, for example, start to tick back up again. If that picks up nationally, I think you could see some softness in housing prices. But short of that, I think high prices are here to stay.
You know, Bill, I remember a couple of years ago when inflation really started to pick up, there was a lot of focus on lumber. Lumber prices had really skyrocketed. Obviously, a big expense line for a home builder. Lumber has come off those sort of really elevated prices. But I wonder if you could just give us a sense of the trends in inflation for all of the labor and commodities that a home builder must buy to build a home. Is there any sign of relief there beyond lumber, or are there still issues with high prices for the components needed to make a house?
It's a great question. What's interesting about home building, and not a lot of people know this, but the biggest cost of goods sold in selling homes is actually the land. And we have a situation where, with wood, for example, you can make more wood or cut more trees or build more trees. In the case of land, God didn't make, infinite land. And so you have a situation where, to your point, over the last number of years, the builders have had to lock down land. And because of the restrictions and regulations around zoning, that price has kept pretty high for land. So I don't mean to diminish your point about, utilities and wood and, kitchen appliances, et cetera. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, the land is the biggest piece in terms of cost of goods sold for the home builders. As it relates to wood and some of these other places, yes, you've seen softness compared to the dramatic growth that you had a number of years ago. But still, inflation remains high. Labor inflation remains high. And so you do have a little bit of upward pressure in the cost of goods sold with the materials portion, not just in the land.
So is that cost of land sort of the main piece of this housing affordability issue in the U.S.? And is there anything that can be done for that? Like you said, we can't make any more land, and getting municipalities to change those zoning laws is a tough battle, I assume. What could be done either from the federal level, from an investor level, to sort of make homes more affordable, especially for these young buyers out looking for their first home?
Great questions. Zoning has to be fixed. The problem, though, and you make a good point, is how do you fix those regulations? You could do things at a national level and, ease up on some of the federal standards, but really it's a local level thing. And what we've seen recently, especially with some of the narratives around crime and around new home developments and stuff like that, is people don't want a lot of new home developments necessarily in their backyard. And so you're seeing a lot of these local municipalities not really wanting to build new subdivisions. And so to your point, you can build more wood, you can, make more appliances, but if that land is in tight supply, relative to that demand, you're going to continue to have those land prices being high. So I think it's a tough problem to solve, and I don't see it going away, unfortunately, anytime soon.
Talk to us a little bit more about Pulte Capital and where you're seeing excitement or where you're deploying money right now. As I mentioned, you do HVAC, roofing, siding, windows, doors, a lot of services, specialty home builders. What's exciting to you?
Well, we spent a number of years, obviously, in the Pulte Homes business. And when you're a home builder, you understand which trades really make or break a home, which trades make more money. And so what we've tried to do is utilize our experience inside and outside of that company to say to ourselves, okay, where can we get businesses for the right price, grow them, and then sell them? And so one of the big areas has been, and this will come as no surprise to you and other people that follow the private equity market, has been the heating and air conditioning market. We've had 3 great exits. We've had 3 great buy and build strategies in the HVAC industry. We've sold those to different private equity funds. And so I think that you'll see HVAC continue to take speed. We've also done countertops, kitchen and bath type stuff, et cetera.
Hey, Bill, always good to catch up with you. Happy 4th of July. Please do come back and visit us again very soon right here on Bloomberg Radio. Bill Pulte, CEO of Pulte Capital, joining us from Michigan. Markets are closed. We saw records on the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. More Bloomberg Intelligence on the other side. This is Bloomberg.
1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. Another day of records for the S&P 500 index and the NASDAQ 100 index and the NASDAQ Composite Index. S&P today up 28, now at 55.37, up 0.5%. Dow Industrials, though, declined at 23 points, down by less than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 159, up by 0.9%. And the NASDAQ 100 index also up 0.9%. 10-year yield 4.35%. The 2-year 4.70%. Gold up $28 the ounce to $23.57, up 1.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%, 83.11 for a barrel of WTI. Jeff Bezos is out with a plan to unload 25 million additional shares of Amazon worth $5 billion as the stock yesterday climbed to a record. Today, a retreat for Amazon down 1.2%. Again, recapping, stocks climbed to new records. S&P up 28, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. It's Tim Stenivek and Mike Regan in for Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on this. Well, now we can say it's a quiet Wednesday afternoon because the equity market is closed, Mike.
Yeah. I don't know how we got stuck working past the close.
Hey, I'll just do what I'm told.
In market time, it's like 7 o'clock at night.
It really is. And, the unfortunate thing for you is crypto's always trading.
Oh, that is very unfortunate.
And now as crypto team leader,
I got to get that fixed.
You got to get that fixed. Not going to happen. I have bad news for you.
Holidays,
unless your name is Satoshi,
weekends,
you're not going to have any power.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of holidays and weekends, we got the 4th of July coming up tomorrow. What's your plan?
Probably sleep in, maybe go for a bike ride.
Nice.
Some burgers on the grill. Nothing too fancy.
Okay, burgers on the grill. It's kind of what we're thinking about too. In the Stenivek household. One thing that is happening, though, is consumers are out there and they're choosing where to spend their money and how to spend their money. We got Katie Thomas with us. She's over at the Carney Consumer Institute. She's lead there. She joins us from Pittsburgh. And we like checking in with Katie periodically because she's got a great idea of what the consumer is feeling and how the consumer is spending. Katie, good to have you with us this afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing good, Tim. I'm counting down the hours myself to when I can wrap it up for the week.
We'll definitely appreciate you taking the time to join us this afternoon. At the Carney Consumer Institute, how are you watching holiday spending around the 4th of July?
Yeah, well, we're definitely keeping an eye on a couple things. So one area we are seeing people spend is obviously, like you guys just talked about, barbecues. So we tend to find that people like to spend on holidays, whether it's Halloween, Thanksgiving, your big winter holidays. People will make trade-offs in their day-to-day so that they can spend on these big celebrations, particularly since the pandemic. We are seeing a little bit of thoughtfulness around, am I going to spend on the highest quality ground beef, or am I going to spend on alcohol, and making a little bit of financial decisions there. But for the most part, people are excited to spend on the holiday and on their parties and barbecues. And then another big one, of course, is travel. So given the Thursday timing of the holiday, it makes for an easy 4-day weekend. Some people already left last weekend. And I think in general, unsurprisingly, we have had a bit of a resigned consumer lately. So it's been a nice opportunity for people to unplug and unwind. I know I'm getting emails from the Pittsburgh airport every day saying arrive 3 hours early for your flight.
Wow.
So everybody is out and about wanting to travel for the holiday and for the summer.
Katie, I am, as a consumer, I like to refer to myself as a frugal consumer. Maybe others, Tim, would call me a cheapskate.
No, I would not call you a we'd call you, we're cut from the same cloth.
Right. So whatever any holiday
I would call you a father to 3 kids. That's what I would call you.
That's right. They're the ones who call me a cheapskate, by the way.
Yeah, they would, because you're,
frugal consumer is my preferred nomenclature. But Katie, whenever there's a holiday coming up, I always wonder, there's got to be a sale somewhere, right? Is there any, is July 4th a good time to go bargain hunting?
Yeah, absolutely. Mike, I like to call those people thoughtful or savvy consumers.
Ooh, yeah.
So, there's always a positive way to spin it.
I like that even better.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot of great sales to be had this weekend. So you're seeing, some of your traditional July 4th sales across the board. Maybe, a website, the whole store is 25% off, things like that. Best Buy is having a major sale. A lot of those traditional retailers, but they're also ramping up into Amazon Prime sales. So those sort of associated mid July sales. So you'll have a lot of opportunities across the board to buy, from now kind of through the middle of the month. Nordstrom anniversary sale. So you can really whatever you may be looking for, there should be a deal to be had within the next couple weeks.
Amazon Prime Day. Amazon is just off of records. And we saw Bezos sell quite a bit of stock today.
Yeah.
He's co-founder and chairman of the board. He's no longer CEO, we should note. Prime Day is going to be happening. I'm getting advertisements when I open the Amazon app right now. How do you watch Prime Day happening for, 2 days, I should say, this year? And what are you thinking ahead of it?
So one of the things we're always watching for is Prime Day originally, was part of a way to grow subscriptions. So I think that's still a philosophy they have there, is to bring in. A lot of people have Prime subscriptions now, so it's not quite as fruitful as it used to be. And it also provides a bit of an edge for some of the retailers having competing sales, because you don't necessarily need to have a subscription to shop the sales, which a lot of times will price match. The biggest thing I watch, though, is the items that are on sale and if they seem to be what consumers really want. So sometimes we see it really as an excuse to get rid of excess inventory or other business objectives. During the pandemic, everybody had air fryers on sale because everybody was sitting on a lot of air fryer inventory. So I think, when it comes to Prime Day, they've also done a lot where their own products are on sale. So if that's what you're looking for, great. If not, it may not be quite as lucrative as it once was, but we still find year over year somehow they manage to beat their own records. So we certainly know consumers are shopping them and looking for the best bang for their buck.
Katie, obviously inflation has been the top of mind topic for us here at Bloomberg, and when we're analyzing the markets and consumer behavior, it has cooled down from its peak pretty significantly. But I wondered if you could talk to us about how this inflation episode that we just lived through, how it changed consumer behavior, and is there any sort of reversion to normal now that inflation isn't quite as hot as it was a couple years ago?
Interestingly, lately we're seeing a consumer that's a little bit exhausted of all of the things that they've had to put up with. It tends to be a combination of politics feeding into how they feel about the economy. And so our consumer stress index, it's our take on consumer sentiment. Tim and I have talked about it before. Our latest version comes out in a couple weeks, and we're seeing just U.S. consumers are still feeling stressed, and it really is reflected in the politics and finances numbers. And so you have seen consumers, though, really make trade-offs. So it's been, it's not necessarily a broad market problem. I mean, when you think of every category, you have winners and losers, right? Look at Abercrombie as a success story within apparel, whereas some of their competitors are having tougher years. So consumers are really doing this both splurge and save mentality, seeking value in their day-to-day. Walmart's seen a great push as a result of that, high value perceptions, but they're also still wanting to live their lives and spend money. And so it's really striking that balance of again, where I'm going to spend, where I'm going to save.
Where are you seeing consumers make trade-offs?
I mean, that's a hard one to answer because it's really individual for consumers. And I think a prime example that we get caught up in generic narratives, I think, is when you take a look at something like concerts this summer. So for a long time, we've been talking about, even before the pandemic, people are spending on experiences over things. They want to be out doing things. And in fact, we've had a lot of concerts get canceled, low ticket sales. And that shows actually a bit of the misalignment we're seeing when we generalize consumers as a monolith. Everybody wants to go to concerts. It's for different reasons, right? Popularity, maybe the arenas were too big, so it lacks the intimacy. A consumer actually wants all of that, So I think that's a great example of just trying to avoid generalization, but you are seeing one big bright spot, of course, is travel. Okay. So consumers within the U.S., around the world, people are still spending on travel. That's been the top priority.
Mike, any Taylor Swift concert attendees in your household?
It's funny. My one daughter actually went to the parking lot of the. Talk about a cheapskate father. She went to the parking lot, and there was like 30,000 kids there jamming out in the parking lot. Yeah,
that's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
hey, that works.
They had fun. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. That's one way to do it. I like that. I appreciate that. We do that in Brooklyn at the Park Slope Band Shell, or Prospect
nice.
Park Band Shell. Yeah.
Nice. Katie, back to July 4th. I tend to think of it as this holiday that we can all sort of rally around. There's no religious element to it. But from what I understand, some people actually do boycott July 4th, which was surprising to me to learn that. Talk to us a little bit about what's going on there, and does it sort of have any effect on consumer spending as a result?
Yeah, the short answer, Mike, is it doesn't tend to have as much of a material effect. It's a little bit more social commentary. But what we do see is, as a result, particularly a few years ago, of Roe versus Wade being overturned, we saw some consumers boycott the holiday sort of in name. I think it was, again, like a social rallying cry around don't wear red, white, and blue, or perhaps we don't really want to support the country right now. We're not in agreement with the ideals. So we see talk of that, but it doesn't necessarily mean even they're not going to go to their family barbecue, right? So it is something that's discussed, like perhaps I'm not on board with America right now. But that being said, it doesn't tend to have a huge impact. And the other thing that's offsetting that, frankly, right now is the patriotism around the Olympics. So we've seen, just this weekend, Simone Biles, Suni Lee punch their tickets. And so that tends to bring out a little bit of our patriotism. So we haven't heard as much chatter about boycotts this year.
Katie, love it when you join us on the program. Thanks so much for taking the time. Katie Thomas is lead at the Carney Consumer Institute, joining us from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The NASDAQ markets closed. They closed 33 minutes ago, and the NASDAQ and S&P 500 did reach new records. The S&P 500 closed at 5537 today, while the NASDAQ 100 above 18,000 this week, 18,188. We got much more Bloomberg intelligence coming up, including economics reporter Steve Matthews. He's going to give us a preview of the Fed minutes, which we get at 2 o'clock. Before that, a check on the latest world and national news. Amy Morris is in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. Pressure still building quickly on President Biden after his debate disaster last week. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers now considering signing a letter demanding he withdraw from the race. And now a key ally of the president, who asked not to be named, has reportedly told the New York Times that he knows he might not be able to salvage his candidacy and that Biden is now weighing whether to continue in the race. Now, the White House says that is simply not true. White House spokesman Andrew Bates posting on X, quote, "That claim is absolutely false. If the New York Times had provided us with more than 7 minutes to comment, we would have told them so." White House Chief of Staff Jeff Zients now urging an all-staff meeting to tune out the noise and focus more on the task of governing. The president also has a meeting with Democratic governors tonight and a sit-down interview with ABC's George Stephanopoulos on Friday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Donald Trump should come forward with his plan to quickly end the war with Russia, warning that any proposal must avoid violating the nation's sovereignty, telling Bloomberg Television, quote, "If Trump knows how to finish this war, he should tell us today." And the Department of Homeland Security says more than 100 Chinese migrants have been deported back to China. It also said it continues to work with China to deter irregular migration and disrupt human smuggling. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. It is on to fireworks and then the jobs report. Trading over for today ahead of the 4th of July holiday. S&P today up 28 to a record 55.37, up 0.5%, another 0.5%. NASDAQ higher by 159, up another 0.8%. Also a record for the NASDAQ Composite Index and the NASDAQ 100 Index. The Dow, though, lower by 23 points, down by about 0.1%. 10-year at 4.35%, the 2-year 4.70%. Spot gold up 1.3%, up $30 the ounce to $23.59. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%, 83.13 for a barrel of WTI. Today's reports on America's labor market suggest it is fizzling. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The total number of Americans collecting unemployment benefits is the highest in more than 2 years as job openings trend lower. Weekly jobless claims are also up, rising to 238,000, one of the highest levels of the year amid seasonal furloughs in the U.S. auto industry. Meantime, payroll processor ADP says businesses added 150,000 jobs in June, the fewest since January. The data set the stage for the government's monthly payroll report Friday. Vinny Dale Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Marco Kolanovic, J.P. Morgan Chase's chief market strategist and co-head of global research, is leaving the bank, according to an internal memo obtained by Bloomberg News. J.P. Morgan Chase shares down less than 0.1%. Recapping an early close for the stock market, S&P ending today's session at a record up 28, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, we continue to follow the breaking news that we got this morning. The New York Times reporting that Biden told an ally that he's weighing whether to continue in the race. The president's struggling to contain pressure to abandon his re-election bid. And then our own Bloomberg team reporting that House Democrats are considering demanding that Biden withdraw from the race as panic mounts that he'll cost them control of Congress. Another headline just crossing moments ago, the former president, Trump, led Biden 48% to 44% in a June New York Times poll of likely U.S. voters. This coming from the New York Times, who writes that Donald Trump's lead in the 2024 presidential race has widened after President Biden's fumbling debate performance last week, as concerns that Mr. Biden is too old to govern effectively rose to new heights among Democrats and independent voters. This from a new poll from the New York Times and Siena College showed.
Yeah, Tim, and with polling like that, you're sort of getting out of that margin of error that people talk about to really, make it a clear picture how damaging this debate was for Biden. So, it really seems like as we head into the holiday weekend, this pressure on him from his own party isn't going to go away anytime soon.
I will, though, also counter with the national poll not being representative of an election outcome, considering that we use the Electoral College here in the U.S. And you have to go back to 2004 to find a time when a Republican the last time a Republican won the popular vote, Mike. So, it's sort of becoming an exception to the rule, that you don't always win the popular vote when it comes to the presidential election winner.
Yeah, it's totally true. It'll be interesting to see if there are any more state level, those sort of battleground state, swing states, if there's any polling done in those particular states over the weekend. But you can kind of, the momentum is sort of clearly going one way, and it's not in Joe Biden's favor.
Yeah, the story not going away after last week's debate.
Yeah, and I guess he has some public appearances that he's planned to try to, erase the memories of the debate and prove himself to be on top of things. So it's going to be an interesting long weekend to see how he
an interview with George Stephanopoulos coming Friday, and we'll see what happens in terms of public appearances from the president right now. Certainly, we'll continue to bring you updates as we do get them and headlines as they do cross. That certainly is top of mind for us. Also top of mind is what happens at 2 o'clock, just about 15 minutes from now, when we do get the minutes from the latest Fed policy meeting. Also top of mind is understanding what's happening when it comes to the Fed's thinking with interest rate cuts. For more, we turn to Anna Rathbun, Chief Investment Officer over at CBIZ Investment Advisory Services. She joins us from Cleveland, Ohio. Anna, good to have you on the program. Happy 4th of July. How are you?
I'm good. Happy 4th of July.
Yeah, I don't think it's too early for us to say that at this point. Hey, how are you thinking about, we're getting the meetings, we're getting the minutes soon. We're going to have Steve Matthews join us in just a minute with a preview of the Fed minutes. But how are you thinking about the macro environment right now, given what we heard from Jay Powell yesterday in Sintra?
Yeah, a lot has changed since those meeting minutes, the meeting actually take place for those meeting minutes. So in some ways, the meeting minutes, we can parse through it, but it may not give us a lot. We have some slowdown, which frankly, we've been seeing since about a year ago. It's just been so late, deep in the layers, and now it's coming to the surface. We had ADP disappoint today. Initial and continuing jobless claims is pretty much the same, but we know that over some time, the trend has been going up. And I think the big one today was the ISM Services Index, both the employment sub-index as well as the new orders. It was very, very weak. And so thinking of macro, this Friday report, the BLS report, we kind of set the stage that if it comes in really low and it disappoints, that's not just one cue for Powell, it's a pile of cues. And so when he talks about that, the fact that he needs confidence to be able to cut, that inflation is going to stay low, and that maybe a strong labor market isn't going to be spiraling in inflation again, I think he pretty much has it. Whether that's going to happen in July or September, I don't know. But certainly the market is pricing in the start of cuts earlier and earlier.
So I guess, Anna, these numbers this morning, as you point out, pretty poor numbers across the board. Durable goods orders, factory orders, even initial jobless claims were a little higher than expected. Is this all enough to overshadow the fact that inflation isn't back to 2%, do you think?
I don't think they're looking for exactly 2%. I think they're looking for a reliable trend or a reliable momentum toward 2%. So 2.6% PCE from last week, last Friday, I think that's sufficient for the Fed because the Fed projection for 2024 was at 2.8%. So I think we're pretty much there. I think what the Fed is worried about is a surprise bounce. A surprise bounce, maybe because freight costs are soaring and maybe, production is impacted by that. And then maybe they could actually pass down those prices, higher prices to consumers, even though it looks like consumers are saying, oh, hold on, we may not like these prices, right? So I think the Fed is worried about the surprises rather than, really hitting that 2% like, a dart game or something like that.
Again, election certainly top of mind for us and our audience today as we continue to get headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal. I'm wondering, Anna, how you're thinking about Fed policy in the context of an election. We heard the former president, Trump, on Thursday night talking about his love for tariffs. We know that tariffs are passed on to consumers and they end up increasing costs, and many folks have argued that they're actually inflationary. What would happen if President Trump does get reelected? I guess I can call it a re-election because he was president. Well, let's do it this way. It's confusing. We're in sort of uncharted territory here, at least in our lifetimes. What happens if he gets another term in November to the inflation outlook?
Yeah, tariffs to me are taxes, right? And taxes are sort of deadweight costs to society, right? They're just taxes. So the way I look at taxes is it's a one-time hop of prices. Of course, that's going to hurt. Of course, it feels inflationary at the moment. It doesn't help when inflation is already higher than what we're used to. But it's not the type of cost increase that's going to continue to feed on, because that's what inflation is. It's the rate of change, right? So I'm not really looking at tariffs as a source of inflation or something that's going to make it worse down the line that builds on itself. Having said that, temporarily for the short term, it might raise prices, in which case that's going to be in the data, and that may impact the Fed. The Fed, as Powell reminded us yesterday, is not a political animal, and it doesn't really go into the fiscal stuff. So, he was very reserved yesterday regarding talking about anything out of Washington. But if it's in the numbers, they're going to have to pay attention.
So Anna, break it down for us as far as what this all means for how you're positioning your portfolios. You know, I would suspect if economic data is getting a little softer, you're anticipating some Fed cuts, that fixed income would be very attractive right now. Yet this Treasury market is so volatile. How do you sort of position in this environment?
Yeah. You know, starting with the equity markets, it's been really tough because we've had such narrow leadership. And so people have been asking, you know, why is capital going there? Well, sometimes it's because there isn't any place to go, right? Fixed income has been very, very difficult. As we've talked about, rates have been very volatile. And the rest of the market just doesn't seem as exciting. So, you know, AI notwithstanding, maybe going in that direction. And what we're doing is we're participating and then taking the gains, right? Just being very judicious about that. On the fixed income side, the rate volatility has been, it's been difficult. It's been like, we're talking about 2.5 years of difficult market for fixed income investors, right?
Yeah.
We've gotten to a point where we have an interest rate plateau. And so the rate volatility has been range bound. And so we've been collecting income on it. And we've also been very short duration and looking at credit very selectively so that we can actually say, okay, this income is worth the duration risk that we're taking. Because at the end of the day, those things are the trade-offs that we're looking at. The price volatility that comes from duration and then the income that you're collecting from high quality securities.
Anna Rathbon, thank you so much for joining us, Chief Investment Officer at CBIZ Investment Advisory Services. For continuing coverage of what's going on at the Federal Reserve and the interest rate outlook, we turn to Steve Matthews. He's Bloomberg News economics reporter who writes today that the Fed is on alert amid signs that the U.S. job market is losing steam. Steve joins us from Atlanta. Steve, what are you looking for in T-minus 8 minutes when we get those minutes?
Yeah, your previous guest just nailed it in terms of how people are going to be looking at the minutes because they are somewhat dated. A lot has changed in the last several weeks. But you know, if you go back to those 3 weeks ago, the big news out of the minutes was the dot plot for forecast for 2024 rates, in which the median member of the FOMC is now looking for just 1 rate cut versus 3 rate cuts in March. And, you know, if you recall the press conference when Jay Powell was asked about it, he said the CPI, Consumer Price Index, came out on the second day of the meeting, and he said, you know, they invited the committee members to update their forecasts, and most of them didn't. So, you know, the overall tone of the meeting came across as being somewhat hawkish. It will be interesting to see in the commentary whether it's a little bit less hawkish, given that, you know, in some ways the dot plot was a little dated since people didn't adjust their dots in light of the lower inflation. So, you know, for those that were looking for 2 rate cuts this year, and that was 8 members of the committee. It was kind of evenly split, and I think there were 7 looking for 1 rate cut. It'll be, that implies that you could get the first cut in September. And if that's the case, it'll be interesting to see if there are any kind of scenarios that are laid out. That what do they need to see? Do they need to see just another couple of good inflation reports? Is there something else they're looking for in terms of being ready to cut rates? And any kind of commentary that will get at that would be really priceless.
You know, Steve, for the day before a holiday, a shortened stock market day, boy, we sure got a lot of economic data today. Most of it pretty disappointing. I mean, from ADP employment, durable goods, ISM numbers. Was today enough of a disappointment across the board to really change any of the thinking at the Fed, do you think?
You can throw in auto sales to that as well. You know, I don't think so. But Friday, it certainly could be. I mean, the 2 pieces of data that the Fed is really laser focused on are, one is inflation and anything that affects on inflation, CPI, the PCE rate of inflation, and various subcomponents. And the other thing is jobs. And the jobs report is an important report. And crazily enough, it's coming out on the Friday after a holiday, but it will be something. A lot of Wall Street's going to be working, or at least, maybe at the beach, sort of just checking in. But there'll be a lot of interest on the jobs report.
I'm just checking the Bloomberg terminal to see if Steve Matthews will be working on that day from Atlanta. Steve Matthews, Bloomberg News. He is working on that day. Thank you for joining us, Steve, and we'll see you on Friday. Steve Matthews joining us from Atlanta. Fed Minutes right after this.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Tim Stenevec, and that's Mike Regan. He is Bloomberg News team leader for crypto here in the U.S. We're filling in for Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on this Wednesday, July 3rd. We got the Fed minutes coming in just a few seconds. Economists and some Federal Reserve officials are increasingly on alert that pain could be on the horizon for American workers amid signs that the labor market is losing steam, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, we'll get more on that labor market on Friday, that big jobs report that everyone is waiting for. But the Fed minutes, we still got to get through them.
All right. The Fed is awaiting additional information to gain confidence to cut. The vast majority saw economic growth as, quote, gradually cooling. The Fed also saying that several of them say that unemployment may rise if demand weakens. The Fed also said May's CPI provided more evidence of inflation progress. Several on the Fed did say a hike might be warranted, okay, if inflation persists. Again, the Fed awaiting additional information to gain the confidence to cut.
Yeah, Tim, I think to me the most surprising one is that several on the Fed saying a rate hike might be warranted if inflation persists. Again, these minutes are kind of old at this point from the last meeting, and so much has changed. But that's a bit of a surprise to me that, there is still the discussion of a possible rate hike rather than everyone sort of focused in on when the first cut will be.
Yeah, the Fed officials saw modest further progress on the inflation goal. The Fed staff said that unemployment will edge down over the rest of this year and next year. We're talking, of course, about the minutes of that June 11th to 12th meeting that happened in Washington. In terms of some other key takeaways, officials did not expect it would be appropriate to lower borrowing costs until, quote, additional information had emerged to give them greater confidence that inflation was moving toward their 2% goal. The Fed, vast majority of Fed officials assessed that economic growth appeared to be gradually cooling, and most participants remarked that they viewed the current policy stance as restrictive. Finally, officials said inflation progress was evident in smaller monthly gains in the core personal consumption expenditures price index and supported by May consumer price data that were released hours before the rate decision.
Right, so not a ton to take away here from these minutes. It seems very much so that data dependency remains sort of the guiding light for the Fed. But we don't have that bond market reaction to look at today to see how the market's interpreting it. So it's tough to say. We got something just as good, and that's Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist Ira Jersey, who joins us on Zoom from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Ira, thanks for sticking around because the bond market is closed, but how would you picture rates reacting to minutes such as these?
Probably not very much anyway.
Okay.
Pretty much as expected. The minutes, the reaction to the minutes tends to be because of some of the nuance that is in the that is in the policy statement portion of the document. And a lot of times what Jay Powell says after the press conference has most of the important information. What we get here are some of the details, right? So in the minutes we get like a few members said, or many members said, or most members said, right? So the preponderance of what we learned about the Fed's reaction function we already know, but what we don't know is could there be shifts in that reaction function? And I haven't had a chance to read the minutes yet, right? They came out like a minute and a half ago, but from the headlines at least, it seems like there's nothing really new. So I wouldn't have expected much more than a couple of basis point reaction in the market one way or the other.
Ira, one thing I find fascinating is it's been almost a year now since the Fed's last rate hike. Fed funds rate has basically been the same for 11 months plus right now. Yet the bond market continues to be very volatile. And I wonder, is that just the new normal for fixed income markets right now? Or what would it take to get back to those sleepy old bond market days when we're only looking at a basis point or two of moves every day?
Well, I think there's a couple of pieces to that. I mean, if you go back to 2006, we had way more than 1 or 2 basis points a day, right? So a big part of the reason why we had such low volatility from 2011 through 2018 was just that the Fed was on hold. Interest rates were at zero. The expectation of interest rate hikes was not significant, and didn't move very much. Now we're at a situation where at one point, remember where we were in January, right? We were pricing for almost 7 25 basis point interest rate cuts. So almost almost 200 basis points worth of cuts. The curve was inverted. The curve got more inverted. And then we priced out a lot of those cuts. Now we're only pricing for, in total, for the entire cycle, less than 6 cuts. So the market had to adjust to that. And that's why you're seeing some of those big moves, because people's expectation of monetary policy and also how much debt there's going to be outstanding, those two things have had a very significant effect on market psychology and in a big way. So I think most of the moves are fundamental, but there is something underlying that's important too. That is, the stock of debt is so big compared to the overall financial sector that in order to move the amount of bonds that you have to make a difference in your portfolios has risen quite a lot too. So it's just that the kind of the pipes are like the same, but you're trying to push more flow through those pipes, and you just have to move the price a lot more in order to get more pipes active in the whole financial system. So I do think that volatility is here to stay until such time as we have some bank regulations or some financial regulations that try to arrest that volatility.
Well, we thank you for staying on this afternoon, a little later than the bond market was open. Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist Ira Jersey joining us from Princeton, breaking down the minutes from the June Federal Reserve meeting. Once again, the headlines: several members of the Fed say unemployment may rise if demand weakens. The vast majority saw economic growth as, quote, gradually cooling. The Fed awaiting additional information to gain the confidence to cut. And several on the Fed say a hike might be warranted if inflation persists. Well, the markets may be closed, but news is still happening. Let's get on over to Charlie Pellet for an update on the markets and how they closed and everything happening after hours. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Tim. Typically, I would offer up equity market reaction to those minutes, but we closed an hour and 6 minutes ago at records on the S&P. 5537 up 28 points. A gain today of 0.5%. The Dow down 21, a drop there of just about 0.1%. The Dow down 23, I should say, down 0.1%. NASDAQ, a record there, up 159, up 0.9%. 10-year yield at 4.35%. The 2-year 4.70%. Spot gold up $28 the ounce, 23.57, up 1.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil WTI up 0.7%, 83.42 a barrel. Bottom line: records for the S&P, records for NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Our top story is about the fate of President Joe Biden in terms of whether or not he stays as the presumptive nominee for the Democrats. The White House currently holding a press briefing that says the president is moving forward with a campaign. It comes after Bloomberg reported that House Democrats are considering demanding Biden withdraw from the race. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers are considering signing a letter demanding President Joe Biden withdraw from the race, a senior party official said, as panic mounts that he'll cost them control of Congress. That story by our own Billy House and Eric Wasson. Bloomberg News congressional reporter Billy House joins us from Washington, D.C. Billy, it's been a few hours since this Bloomberg exclusive hit the wire, just about 2 hours. Give us an idea of the reaction that you've seen in the way that we've continued to get headlines about those around and outside of the inner circle calling for President Biden to step aside.
Yeah, well, just this afternoon, House Democratic leaders, led by the top leader, Hakeem Jeffries, are having sort of an emergency meeting amongst themselves, apparently to address the rising discontent, even panic within their ranks, and trying to apparently forestall any public demands by groups of lawmakers for Biden to withdraw. We don't know what they're going to discuss in that private meeting, but certainly keeping an eye on that. And of course, later today, Democratic governors are meeting both virtually and in person at the White House with Biden himself. So it's going to be an afternoon full of new developments.
Billy, the other news that came out since we last spoke was this new New York Times Siena College poll showing that Trump's lead has widened a little bit since the debate. He's ahead 49% to 43%, according to this survey. How closely are the rank and file Democratic congressmen and staffers paying attention to these polls? Is the idea that a deteriorating poll situation enough to get people off the fence one way or another when it comes to Biden?
Well, it appears that the Biden campaign itself thinks so, because I'm glad you mentioned that. They have just sent a memo this afternoon to Hill offices, Democrats, kind of preempting that Siena poll number by saying other polls show that there's been little erosion in his standing since the debate so far, that it remains within the margin of error. And also that they say in this memo to Hill offices that if upcoming polls in the next few days do show a significant Biden drop, it's just a moment snapshot in time, and that things will settle down after a few weeks.
Do you see things settling down after a few weeks, Billy?
I've seen things kind of accelerate against Biden in the last few days. So if something doesn't happen soon, it'll either be because he's managed to perform publicly in an interview with ABC or other public events in ways that disarm some of this fear within his own party. But so far, we haven't seen him do that. And so, it remains to be seen.
Billy, among the congressmen who are considering sending this letter to Biden, asking him to step out, is there any sign of who they want to replace him? Is there any consensus surrounding that yet, or is it anybody's guess?
It's anybody's guess. Of course, the members of the, for instance, Congressional Black Caucus would probably rally behind Kamala Harris. And of course, she is technically the next in line with the party, but they aren't, relegated to picking her. It could be an open convention, and other names have come up, but it's really all just speculation at this point. As Biden and his team continue to say they aren't telling people they're leaving. They might be open to it, but they're planning to fight this out.
Hey, Billy, we hear a lot about First Lady Jill Biden being an advisor to the president, increasingly in reports in recent days about his son Hunter Biden being a advisor. Who are the other advisors to the president that we need to have on our radar?
Well, I mean, there's obviously his staffers. He is on the phone multiple times with Hakeem Jeffries, again, the House Democratic leader. He's talked to this afternoon Nancy Pelosi and Jim Clyburn, the congressman from South Carolina, who helped boost his campaign nearly 4 years ago. Those are his congressional advisors, and he's been talking to donors and who have been nervous. I think he's cast a wide net. Ultimately, I guess they too are telling him he's got to get out there. He's got to show he is capable, and he's got to do it. Quit stalling, get out there and do it.
Hey, Billy, we're going to go. We appreciate your reporting. We're going to let you go and get back to reporting more. I do want to remind everyone to check out Billy and Eric Wasson's story on the Bloomberg terminal. A Bloomberg exclusive, House Democrats considered demanding Biden withdraw from the race. That's a Bloomberg News congressional reporter Billy House joining us from Washington, D.C. We continue our coverage this afternoon. We want to bring in Lincoln Mitchell. He's a political analyst, a lecturer at the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University. Also a writer who's written many books about politics, punk rock, baseball, and more. He joins us from New York. Lincoln, good to have you with us this afternoon. What would your advice be to President Biden and those close to him, given what we've seen from his campaign and from him over the last 6 days?
I think it's more a question of what we haven't seen. At no time in the past 6 days have we seen Biden in an unscripted setting demonstrate that Wednesday was, last Wednesday was just a bad night or something. And that tells me that this problem is real. And if that's the case, he can't be the nominee. Now,
Lincoln, I was going to ask you, is there really anything he can do to recover at this point? I mean, is the game basically over?
Well, I mean, he should have, if this was recoverable, he would have done it by now. I pardon the terrible syntax. But if he was capable of going in an unscripted setting and sounding sharp, he would have done it by now. His silence speaks volumes. So the question for me is not should he, at this point, and I've been somebody who all along, I said it on this show once, that he's going to be the nominee, but I think at this point we have to rethink that. The question is, how do you get from here to there? And it's something, if he's going to step down or not run again, that isn't something that that gets leaked. That's something that he has to keep very close to a very few people while he tells the people he needs to tell, figures out what that's going to look like. He can't have rumors going around. So it would not be unusual in the situation strategically to absolutely deny until the announcement.
He did joke about his performance at a rally in North Carolina the next day. You said unscripted. That was certainly scripted. I wonder, well, I guess the teleprompter was there. I don't know if that particular comment was scripted, I should note. I'm wondering how this ends, Lincoln, because it seems like momentum has only been building in recent days. So what happens? To me, it seems like there's one of two things happens. He steps aside or he doesn't step aside. And if he doesn't step aside, do we continue to see calls, or does the electorate and do those close to him move on?
I think if he hasn't stepped aside within another 10 days, everyone moves on, but everyone moves on very grimly. And I have heard something new in the last maybe 48 hours from, Democrats I've spoken to at various levels within, the Democratic Party, which is beginning an anger at Biden on two issues. One, concealing this. And two, making sure that Kamala Harris was so unpopular. We all know Harris's poll numbers, and to act as if that is independent of Biden is wrong. Biden chose not to treat Harris the way Obama treated him, the way Clinton treated Gore, the way George W. Bush treated Dick Cheney. You get the point. Because he knew that a popular Harris, who was seen as on the inside and deeply involved in the administration, would lead people to tell him it was time for him not to run. The only reason, the best excuse he has for staying in this race is Harris's unpopularity, which he created. That anger is growing. That pool of sympathy for Joe Biden, which has been very deep within the Democratic Party for decades, may be drying up.
Lincoln, there's a school of thought out there that should Biden drop out of the race, the Democratic National Convention suddenly becomes must-see television, and we could have this sort of drama of, a battle on the floor to pick his replacement. Others say there's no way it'll get to that they, the leaders would coalesce around a candidate before the convention, and it would be theirs to accept the nomination. But how do you see it all playing out? And is there a case to be made that a sort of dramatic convention, a contested convention, would actually be good for the party?
Let me raise a couple points. One is that at the moment, the roll call, which is when the nominee is chosen, is expected to be virtual before the convention. So the politicking to get those delegates, if it stays with this plan, would have to be behind the scenes. So there wouldn't even be a contested battle on the floor, right? The second thing is, I think realistically at this point, we have to recognize that the path forward for Joe Biden is either stay in the race or get out soon and endorse Kamala Harris. This notion of, we're going to, and because the other options, I know Gavin Newsom might look good to some now, but he'd be a terrible nominee in many respects. Gretchen Whitmer could be great, but is completely untested. So while Harris has some negatives, any Democrat's going to have a lot of negatives. The other point is this. If they do change the rules and have that on the floor, don't forget that 5 to 10% who are uncommitted, who come from the extreme pro-Palestine, anti-Israel wing of the Democratic Party. And, I assume that people listening to this or watching this have a broad range of views on that conflict, as they should. But strategically, someone's name being thrown into the ring who has, 10% of the support and is advocating to cut off all aid to Israel, while making speeches with, Chancellor from the river to the sea in the background, you might as well just turn the presidency over to Donald Trump right then. So avoiding an ugly floor fight is important. And the way to do that is to do the right thing by Kamala Harris. Because if you don't, and you land with a white nominee, then the backbone of the party, African-American women, in a year where Trump is doing, better than your typical Republican with African-American voters, will have another reason not to support this ticket, and that means that they lose. So I think the path forward here is pretty narrower. Either Biden just puts his head down and guts this out and hopes that something, Trump gets a few bad breaks.
Okay.
Or wholehearted endorsement of Harris. We're rallying around Harris. You make an enthusiastic speech. Frankly, you make it on the 4th of July.
We got to run. That's Lincoln Mitchell, political analyst and lecturer at the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University. A big thank you to Mike Regan for helping me out this afternoon. That is going to do it for this special edition of Bloomberg Intelligence. Stay with Bloomberg Radio for continuing updates of the political fallout of the debate performance.
Modi also pushed through reforms, many of which were initiated during the previous administration, including a national identity card, an inflation target, and a goods and services tax that unified India as a single market for the first time. But in 2019, Modi would face one of his biggest domestic challenges in the form of a devastating act of terror.
Tensions escalate between India and Pakistan over a car bombing. The attack killed dozens of Indian paramilitary police in the disputed region of Kashmir.
Modi ordered the bombing of alleged terrorist camps in Pakistan. His popularity ratings soared, putting him well ahead in the race that had been much closer.
Back in 2014, it was about creating jobs. It was about fighting corruption. This time around, it was different. It was not about economics. It was about nationalistic sentiment within the country.
After Modi secured a renewed mandate, he moved quickly to fulfill some of the biggest long-standing wishes of India's Hindu right. That also spurred protest and discontent from his opponents. First, his government scrapped the autonomous status of India's only Muslim-majority state of Jammu and Kashmir. Second, he passed a citizenship law that openly discriminates against Muslim migrants. And third, he ramped up the push to build the Ram Temple in Ayodhya. Those moves further consolidated Modi's support among Hindus, who make up about 80% of India's population. Yet, they marginalized minorities and those who believe in India's pluralistic roots.
He has completely seduced the Hindu belt. We are headed towards a polarized, divided society.
प्रधानमंत्री का जो शपथ है, संविधान की रक्षा का जो शपथ है, वो शपथ तो नहीं दिख रही है, क्योंकि सब जगह जिस तरीके से सारे बाकी के वर्गों को कॉर्नर किया जा रहा है, दबाया जा रहा है, उनके अधिकार छीने जा रहे हैं, उनको सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन बनाया जा रहा है.
Democracy is in peril. Economic inequalities have widened.
Despite the number of people in extreme poverty declining during Modi's tenure, India's economic disparity is staggering. A recent study showed inequality at the highest levels since at least the 1950s. The Modi government focused on economic growth above all else and tried to build national champions rewarding big businesses. But much of this has yet to trickle down to workers. India's opposition parties have long accused the Modi government of crony capitalism and favoring certain businesses in government contracts. That comes as India falls in press freedom rankings and democracy indices because of growing concerns over moves to silence Modi's critics. On January 22nd, 2024, Modi finally inaugurated the Ram Temple. with blessings of the Supreme Court. A range of dignitaries and celebrities were present. Hindus celebrated across the country, but for many Indians, it marked the death knell of a secular India.
It is no longer a plural democracy. As far as minorities are concerned, especially the Muslims and the Dalits are concerned, there is overt discrimination, overt neglect.
Others hang on to hope that India can remain a secular society for its more than 1.4 billion people.
There's too much diversity in this country. Even within Hinduism, the Indian state is much bigger than the Prime Minister, than even the government of the day. So to say that secularism is dead, I wouldn't agree.
India is now the fastest growing major economy in the world, with an increasingly influential global voice. International investors are captivated by India's growth story, driven by a demographic surge, a young consumer audience, and favorable geopolitics.
I think the optimism about India is actually completely justified.
आज जब सब लोग कहने लगे हैं, India is the future.
For Modi, though, the transformation of India into a Hindu economic powerhouse isn't just a dream. It is happening now, and it is the future he is building.
आज से 1000 साल बाद भी लोग आज की इस तारीख की, आज के इस पल की चर्चा करेंगे। ये भारत का समय है और भारत अब आगे बढ़ने वाला है।
What's it like moving from the East Coast, where everything is finance and money, to the West Coast, where everything is technology? Did you fit in right away? And did you really know how to use all the computer things that they give you to use?
So it was pretty fun. There were plenty of times where I would sit around in meetings and literally I would be Googling terms. And at one meeting, Larry Page actually caught me Googling terms, and he kind of pointed that out to other people in the room, which was a little embarrassing, but I figured there were some things that I could do that they couldn't do. And so it was a learning curve. And my dad always, he taught me at a young age a term that I've used constantly with my teams. He said, in his lab at Stanford, if a physicist could not define a quark in under 30 seconds, they didn't know what they were talking about. And so I use the quark test all the time. If somebody's rambling on and they can't get to the point, they probably don't know what they're talking about, they fail the quark test. My finance team knows this quark test. And at Google, I'm working with amazing computer scientists, so they never fail the quark test. They can explain things really clearly, which shoots you up the learning curve.
But did you understand what they were talking about from the beginning, or did you have a special tutor that's taught you technology? Or did
I had actually run tech banking and took Google Public, so I had a little sneak preview.
Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
And how mammoth value is coming from the smallest of players. 3,184 hits, 431 home runs, and of course the most famous stat that everybody knows, 2,632 consecutive games played. Unmatched career. Why are you doing this?
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
There's only one word, winning. You win on the court, you win off the court. And as you do that, you bring people along.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
We are only scratching the surface in the number of patients we're treating, and it takes quite some time to scale manufacturing to get to many more millions of patients.
This is the man in charge of Europe's most valuable company, Novo Nordisk, and its blockbuster diabetes and obesity drugs, Ozempic and Wegovy. Both contain the key ingredient, semaglutide, revolutionizing the weight loss market and generating billions in sales. Celebrities have helped their popularity soar. Sharon Osbourne, Chelsea Handler, and Elon Musk have all publicly talked about taking Ozempic or Wegovy, and they've had further backing from Oprah Winfrey. It's a global phenomenon, reaching millions on social media apps, including TikTok. But it's not without controversy, including possible side effects, high prices, and the company's lobbying efforts receiving criticism around the world. And in some cases, patients might also need to take the drugs indefinitely to avoid regaining the weight. Chief Executive Lars Frøgaard Jorgensen says obesity is a disease and thinks a company will learn from its growing number of patients.
When I ask the scientists, they say biology and mechanism will tell you that it's chronic treatment. My personal view is that we will also here learn that patients are much different and there'll be different avenues. So we'll have to build a portfolio of interventions.
On this episode of Leaders with Lacroix, I traveled to the firm's headquarters in Copenhagen, Denmark. I asked Lars Frøgaard Jorgensen about the global sensation, how he's navigating the company's meteoric rise, and the sweeping changes they could bring across a range of industries. Lars, thank you so much for being on Bloomberg with us.
Francine, thanks for having me.
I mean, after decades of research, basically Novo finds a molecule that changes everything in terms of weight loss drugs. Were you taken by surprise at the appetite, actually, for these drugs and how mainstream they are?
Yeah, I would actually say there are many surprises when you get products like that. It starts with surprises in the innovation because there are many shots being made on goal and most fail. And the winner is often the one that surprises people the most.
So why do you think this, I guess, surprise or success was unexpected? Did it capture something in society that you weren't ready for?
I think we have seen, first, many decades of our company was focused on type 1 diabetes. Then, because of lifestyle changes, perhaps genetics, there was an increase in type 2 diabetes. But for many years, type 2 diabetes was not intensively treated. Then there was a so-called UK PDS study that really showed that you need to treat type 2 diabetes to prevent comorbidities. And that increased the diabetes market a lot. Now we are kind of seeing the same with obesity, that for years we felt that perhaps obesity is not a real disease, not something you should treat. But that's now being established that actually by understanding the underlying causes of obesity, that there's a lot of play, for instance, genetics, but now also innovations that can actually treat the disease, help people reduce weight and prevent the comorbidities. So I think it's a repeat in a way of what happened with type 2 diabetes. And that then suddenly opens a market that turns out to be way bigger than the diabetes market.
So how difficult is it to have a lifelong treatment? And again, how do you see that changing?
I think we are yet to learn how patient journeys will be much different. Some will be on lifelong treatment. Some will have, say, progressive obesity that will, keep you put more and more weight on. and they'll need more and more efficacious medicine. But there'll perhaps also be some who were actually being on treatment for some time, almost prevents them, and they'll have a different trajectory. I don't think we have seen much of this yet. When I ask the scientists, I'm not a scientist myself, they say, but biology and mechanism will tell you that it's chronic treatment. My personal view is that we will also here learn that patients are much different, and there'll be different avenues. So we'll have to build a portfolio of interventions. Lifestyle will also play into for some of them. And I think we can help many patients get down to a weight that they can maintain and live the life they want to live and avoid many comorbidities for the healthcare systems.
I mean, we also heard from some of the food companies that the chief executives of some of the big groups are having crisis talks. And actually, does this mean that there's going to be a wider adoption of these drugs? Does it mean that people are going to eat and drink 30% less? Do you see it really changing our societies?
I think there'll be many changes, but I think with that also comes opportunities. There'll perhaps be a different preference for snacking. So I think we still need to eat. So maybe perhaps a bit less of the unhealthy snacking and a preference for more of the healthy stuff. So I think for companies, it's also about following the trend and evolving your business and moving to where the market is. And then I think there is probably say an 80-20 perspective here, like in many other sectors, that you will have a few patients who are really heavy consumers. And if those are also those who then start up treatment, I think there'll be a relative bigger impact on some of these companies. But I would say in general, I think it's a bit hyped when we see the reactions we see because we are only scratching the surface in the number of patients we're treating, and it takes quite some time to scale manufacturing to get to many more millions of patients.
Hollywood has also adopted, actually, your weight loss drugs. Is that a good or a bad thing?
We now have a situation where social media, is filled with communication around our products, and that's a complete new for us. We are focused on educating physicians. In most countries, we cannot do direct-to-consumer advertisement. And in all countries, it's really important for us we get physicians to understand which products are approved for type 2 diabetes, which are approved for obesity, what's the mechanism, and how should they be used. And when we see get data from insurance companies, etc., we can see the profile of those who use our medicines. We can see that they are, on average, people with a very high BMI, well above 30. So that is actually also the approved label. So we feel comfortable about that it is people in need of medical intervention to treat serious obesity situations.
But you've become such a phenomenon, and there are memes, and you're right, it's all over social media, and some are saying, look, the problem with this is that it could actually lead to more eating disorders. And this is probably because of the increase in social media. What do pharma companies do? Can they do anything to kind of balance this?
Yeah, I think we have spent some time on understanding what does this mean, what's the breadth of it, and we come to realize that we cannot control social media. We try to be present and get our messaging in, but then all our medicines, they take a physician writing a script. So we really focus on the physician to make sure that they understand what are the mechanisms, who are the appropriate patients, what's the label. And then I think we have to also trust that the physicians, they do what is right for their patient. And they should for sure not prescribe for people living with eating disorders.
Coming up, I asked Lars Foregard Jorgensen about criticism the company has faced over its prices, with some analysts predicting the weight loss drug industry could be worth $150 billion a year.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart the European trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in every weekday at 6 a.m. London time, only on Bloomberg Television.
1 billion people are thought to be obese. It's a crucial market for weight loss drug makers like Novo Nordisk. But challenges remain. The company's patents expire in the US and the EU at the end of the next decade, and rival drugs are already emerging, like Zepbound by Eli Lilly. I asked the chief executive, Lars Frøgaard Jorgensen, about regulatory pressures and future growth.
So how do you think about pricing? Again, you must have gotten some difficult questions from governments, but also this goes back to innovation.
Most products are priced according to the value they bring. And I feel really good about the value of our medicines, what they bring to the individual patient, but also the value to the healthcare system. And we have today healthcare systems around the world who were typically designed for acute care, but finding that 80% of the cost in the healthcare system is linked to chronic care. And we have a portfolio of products that are really addressing some of the chronic diseases of our day and age, diabetes, obesity, and the comorbidities that follows that. We know that there are projections that say by 2035, the World Obesity Federation predicts that the cost burden to society will be $4 trillion of people living with obesity. And that cost is going to a large degree be taken up by healthcare systems who are already struggling today by aging populations, shortage of labor. A lot of workers left the healthcare systems during the pandemic or after the pandemic. So really articulating what is actually the value of the medicine we have, and if you invest in that, yes, there is a cost up front. Maybe we can discuss how we deal with that. But there is actually tremendous value in terms of preventing cost and keeping people out of hospital.
But this is a crucial moment because prices will probably go down as you have more competitors coming in. We know of Eli Lilly, we know Amgen could be a competitor. And so this is, I guess, the crucial time where we have to make investment decisions when prices are high and you have more cash coming in. Is that right? Is that how you view it?
Yes, to put a bit of color around it, the same forecast predicts that there will be, say, 1 billion people living with obesity in 2035. We are perhaps serving 1 or 2 million of those today. So there's a huge market opportunity and there's place for more. And then you're right that in most markets, when you get more competition and also over time, pricing moves down because you start treating those who accept, say, the higher price point. In the US, that's commercial insurance, and then over time you get broad access and you get to patients paying a lower price. So if you just take our leading diabetes product in the US since launch in 2018, the price we get after rebates, discounts, etc., is some 40% lower than when we launched. That's often not mentioned in the political debate. Instead, the list price is mentioned, which is not actually what we book in our accounts because that's after rebates.
The U.S. is such a large market. Would you ever dual list or even change headquarters to the U.S.?
That's unlikely. We are controlled by a foundation that's anchored in Denmark. We have a lot of, footprint in Denmark. Having said that, we do invest and expand a lot globally. Most of what we sell in the U.S., we also produce in the U.S. So in many aspects, we are as much a U.S. company as we are a Danish company. But the corporate headquarter is based in Denmark for the foreseeable future.
You think of Denmark, and really now you think of Novo because of the size of revenues, which is, I think, bigger than GDP. Is that uncomfortable?
I think maybe the perspective should be corrected a bit because there's this comparison about our market cap with the Danish GDP, and we all know that GDP is a economic flow matrix for the flow on a yearly basis, and the market cap is the total value of the company. I'm sure if we compared the market cap of Novo Nordisk with the market cap of everything that's in Denmark, we would be tiny. But of course, there is also the point that with our expansions, our more than 30,000 employees in Denmark, huge capex investment. We are fueling the GDP growth, and we take that quite seriously. So the jobs we create, I don't think will disappear again. And now we talk about expanding in the U.S. It doesn't come in the shape or form of moving activities from Denmark to the U.S. It's growth in the U.S. So we will be careful and respectful in how we grow, so we can do that in a sustainable way.
And that's also increasing supply with new factories.
Yeah, we have made huge investment decisions, and these are billion-dollar commitments per year, and it takes 4 or 5 years to build some of these facilities, and we luckily started already years back, so we have more and more lines kicking in on an ongoing basis, but some of them will also be kicking in the future.
Are you also looking for acquisitions?
Yes, we are. We are in the unique situation that most of the products we have came from our in-house R&D efforts, which is a bit unusual compared to some of our peers. We expect to carry on with that, but we can also see that we can complement that by some acquisitions. So typically it would be early stage biotech where they have great science, we have disease understanding, we have the infrastructure, so we can express that science in a better way than they can do on their own. So merging makes a perfect marriage, and some of the parts is bigger than what each can do on their own.
But are pharma companies having a harder time after COVID? There seems to have been an explosion of not trusting pharmaceutical companies, even vaccines being questioned. Have you felt any backlash?
Yes, and to me that's a really, really sad situation to be in, because had it not been for some of the very innovative small biotechs who came up with vaccines and then teaming up with some of the largest forces of our industry to, in record time, get approval and scaling manufacturing, I think the world would have looked much different today. And I respect there are some who do not like vaccines, but the majority of us had a number of shots. And that led to a lot of debate about are patents really needed? And unless we have, an ability to patent innovation, there's not going to be any innovation, so there'll be no new products. So I think there's something about equality, how we distribute products, and honestly, I think a lot of the rich countries ended up grabbing products for their own population at the expense of some of the developing countries who did not get access, and that then leads to a debate whether IP is the right way to go. And that for me is the wrong discussion. We have to figure out how can we show solidarity in a way where we actually acknowledge that the whole world needs to benefit in a fair way. But if you take the incentive away from innovation, we all worse off.
Coming up, Lars Foregard Jorgensen tells me about his leadership style at the helm of Europe's most valuable company.
Names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
I especially am afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself, actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans prepare.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7 on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
The market value of Novo Nordisk is bigger than the Danish economy, and its philanthropic foundation is now the world's largest, with more than double the assets of the Gates Foundation. I asked Lars Frøregard Jorgensen how he handles a company's success and his approach to corporate culture.
So are you enjoying success, or is it with it, does it also bring a lot of responsibility?
I took over as CEO at a time where our share price had just been cut by 40%. We were in no growth or low single-digit growth, and it's much harder to invest in the business, do the things you want to do compared to what the opportunities are today. So I enjoy that, but obviously it also comes with many challenges about how to sustain a success of a company that's enjoying success.
Lars, what kind of leader are you? Or what kind of leader would your employees say you are?
Well, you should ask them. I hope they would say that I'm authentic. I'm relatively easy to read. I would also hope they say that I'm curious, because I'm not a specialist in anything. But I have found that there has not been yet a problem in the company we couldn't solve if we actually mobilized the right people. So I'm born with a big nose and big ears, and I use the attributes of that each and every day to collect, say, opinions from the company. And then it's my role to combine it into an opinion together with my team and make sure that we make the right choice.
But so does a perfect leader in 2024 need to be a visionary or a problem solver?
I would say if I have to solve the problems, it's a problem. Because if an example, when COVID-19 arrived, we decided to close down, say, the offices. We kept manufacturing and laboratories running, and we all went home. And what do? Well, you need to establish a crisis response team to deal with that. So the first decision I made was I should not be part of that.
Why?
I was a bit out of a loop for a couple of days, but I knew if I put myself into that, I would become the bottleneck in the company, and the company would suddenly have lost its CEO. So I asked our CFO to chair that, and then I could still, be there for everybody, and people could come to me and check in, and I could try to get a view for what are other companies doing, what's happening, and give some input. So if the CEO turns into the problem solver of the company, I think the company needs another CEO.
Have you changed as a CEO?
I believe I have. When I was promoted, I took a step up in the team. So I went from overnight being colleague to being the leader of the team. And I think they would tell me today that they would have liked me maybe to a bit quicker act like the boss. But for me, it was not natural to just be, say, bossy after one night. So I think I've been growing into the role, and I feel more comfortable today in actually listening to my guts, which is a combination of your own feelings, but also your experiences, and earlier say what I believe in. And that creates clarity for an organization with more than 60,000 people.
And so Saturday mornings, I understand you have off.
Yeah, Saturday is always down. Yeah. So I run at a relative high pace throughout the week, try to wrap things up, and Saturday is a quiet day for me in terms of work. And I start typically by playing tennis with my wife. We go for a swim all year round. After that, have a nice lunch, and then I'm on to a good trajectory for the weekend. And then Sunday, I try to prepare for the coming weeks. But through a weekend, I would send either no emails or very few emails, because I want to drive a culture where all get an opportunity to spend the weekend as they fancy. Mm-hmm. I think what we do is so difficult, and it takes so much creative thinking to succeed, that if you're always on, always busy, the bandwidth of your reflection is just too narrow. And I generally believe that Monday mornings I'm a better leader than I am, say, Friday afternoon. I also take all my vacations. I generally believe I'm a much better CEO right after a vacation than I am before vacation.
What's your best piece of advice you've ever received, and what's the worst piece of advice you've ever received?
The best advice would probably be give people a fair chance to succeed. And most can actually do much better than they believe themselves, and perhaps also you believe based on, say, short-term performance. So trust people and give them what is needed for them to succeed. You will see people succeeding.
Worst piece?
The worst piece would be something that was influenced by, say, politics or spinning facts. I'm hyper-allergic to politics and where you try to take advantage of a position. So I've had one experience during my career where I gave my resignation because somebody, a close colleague, actually completely twisted some facts. We had just agreed how to approach. Then we met with our shared boss, and my colleague just turned it around. I said, okay, integrity is so holy for me that if people play tricks, I it's not my game whatsoever. So I just said, okay, this is it. I'm out of here. But we sorted out. I still stayed. So any advice that is not based on honesty, decency, and following the facts, I have a really hard time with.
Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Francine.
I decided to acquire Indeed 12 years ago when I was 36. I couldn't speak English, but I decided to move to the US with my family. Okay, let's study English. Let's, manage this big American company, but I could do it. Ages are just numbers. If you stay being very curious to run new things, you can keep doing that. So what we're trying to adjust is our company should be the place to maximize people's ability, people's talent, and people's passion, right? Our employees' passion. So we believe that if we can have the work or the vision, people can be passionate, and which is aligned with all what employee wants to do, that's the best way to maximize the people's ability.
Follow your passion.
That's right.
So whether you're 14 or 40 years old.
I think so. Because, what's the difference? I don't know. We might be totally wrong. That's how we have been running this company for 60 years.
Do you think it'll be the case where someday you will be an investment committee or I'll be an investment committee and we just apply AI, decide whether it's a good deal or not, or we're not going to be there anytime soon?
I don't think we'll be there in the near term. And David, because, being on investment committees, there's the analytics of the math, there's the people, and then there's judgment. So analytics of the math, I think AI will help us get way more refined. Right now, we have analysts building models upon models. Our typical investment memo is 86 pages. So we could refine that down very, very seamlessly to pieces. The people aspect to it, to make a judgment call on, do I believe this entrepreneur is going to go the next mile? Do I believe that the background of the entrepreneur, who they are, what they stand for, their values, their family, that's the harder one. I think AI is going to take some time to get there. And then the final piece ends up being judgment. And I don't believe we've seen anything yet that gives us a sense of judgment that we're able to apply.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights.
What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop?
I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday at 9 a.m. only on Bloomberg.
DOJ or other authorities
Could face bigger challenges. What's next?
It was going to keep Great World Cup. This is a 3
as the economic picture,
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
This isn't about me, and it's not about me raising capital. We are investing in women. We are investing in people of color. Like, that 2% is women. People of color, women of color, is less than a fraction.
Right.
Like, if I want to start a business and my name isn't Serena Williams, I'm going to have to take something out on my house. I'm going to have to go to the bank. Like, I'm just going to not be able to get VC money. But we're changing that.
U.S. Open women's singles champion, Serena Williams.
All right, Alex. Serena Williams, I mean, the GOAT. I mean, it doesn't get any better than her when it comes to a professional athlete, but also a fascinating business person. You guys know each other. Like, you've got to know each other, especially as retired athletes, right?
Yeah, I mean, we know each other very well. I know Serena as an investor. She's been investing since 2013, and she's passionate, and she's good, and she's as disciplined, and she has big, big plans, which we'll hear about.
Yeah, I mean, what I took away from this, probably more than anything, was this notion that she identified early on that there were opportunities, fashion certainly being one of them, but then how she became an investor is so interesting.
It really is, and I know her well, and I was surprised on how much she opened up.
Yeah.
But there's no doubt that she has the same discipline and passion for investing as she did for being the GOAT in tennis.
And one of the things she talks about is what she understands that she meant to tennis now. Wasn't as clear at the moment how profoundly she was changing the sport, you know, when it came to pay, when it came to representation, and so many other things.
I thought it was interesting how she opened up about the gravity and the impact of being a person of color, of being a woman.
And let's keep in mind, this is a career during which she earned almost $500 million.
This is truly a business story.
So please introduce yourself.
All right. Well, I never really get asked that. But, I mean, you asked me to come here, so I know. I'm Serena. I like to go by Serena. And what else am I going to say? That's really putting me on the spot.
How do you describe yourself these days?
How do I describe myself? I describe myself first as a mom. I'm a mom. I'm a businesswoman. And I'm a free spirit. We'll go with that.
You know, this notion of reflecting on what you did as an athlete, as you look back, you know, $500 million in earnings over the course of your career, how does that feel as you embark even further on your business career, that sort of financial success in sports?
Yeah. You know, when I started tennis, first of all, I'm from Compton, California, and I remember playing on these courts, and, you know, my life was great. I never felt like I needed anything, you know? And so for me, money was never a motivation. I remember when I first started back in the day, they used to write out checks after you won your tournament, and I would always forget to get the checks. And so at the end of the year, they would always have to say, Serena, we have all these checks for you. I'm like, oh my God. So it was never.
You would literally forget to pick up the check?
Literally. And at the time, I had an accountant who would be like, Serena, like, they've sent me all these checks that you would forget to get from the tournaments. And so with that being said, that was never my motivation, to be honest. For my motivation, and looking at the success that I had financially was never my starting point. My starting point was always like, I just want to win championships, and I want to have fun, and I want to be a great tennis player. And quite frankly, I just wanted to win a Grand Slam. And honestly, for me, everything else was a bonus. And obviously it's great. Like, I really, everything that I have, believe me, I worked really hard for. Nothing really came for free and nothing came easy. Like, I think everything was super hard working for me. But it is cool to look back and see the success that I've had financially, but also multiplying that now and trying to expand that. And then again, just considering like, what does that mean for me going forward?
So Serena, when we were thinking about this show, I started thinking about people that I like, respect, admire in the world of sports, in the world of business. And we had a business call recently, and I said, would you come on our show?
Yeah.
But I'm interested to know what motivates you today.
When you're used to being a champion, you're used to winning. And so that's something that I'm always motivated by is success. And what is success? I think success is different for a lot of people. And I think that's one thing that I think a lot of people get wrong. For me, success right now is having great investments. I think a lot of people's success is being a mom, which is super successful for me because that's something that I've always wanted to do in my life. Or maybe it's getting an A on your grades or whatever that is. So I think for me, the motivation is definitely success.
Both of us played for a couple decades, right? Very public. Me more domestically, you more around the world. But what's interesting is, Jason, you mentioned $500 million. For me, it was about the same thing, but 90% of my money came from playing baseball on the field. With you, is exact opposite. With yours is marketing.
Yeah.
How do you think about the impact that you've made, not only to all your partners, but how the ripple effect around the world of the business of Serena?
Yeah, it's so different, right? I think it's really interesting how I learned early on that your paycheck from tennis, maybe that's why I forgot him, should be your smallest earning. Oh, that's my dad always told me growing up. And so I always thought, okay, well, partnering with the right people and also deciding who do you really want to partner with. Because for me, it's also about being very authentic with those partnerships, not necessarily partnering with a company that either doesn't believe in what you're doing or you don't really use and utilize. So I think throughout my whole career, I wanted to make sure that those partnerships are very authentic. They spoke to me and they also gave back in some sort of way, shape, or form.
So fair to say your earliest business advice came from your dad?
Most of my business advice came from my dad early on. He is incredibly smart. I think he is way before his time. I think everything that he did, I think even when it came to marketing us as tennis players, I mean, tennis is a very expensive sport and you can't make it from Compton, but I think it was his marketing that got us that attention, that garnered those press articles that had reporters coming out, or else we would have a very difficult time getting out of that in order to make it. But because of the way he thought about it and because of the way, because social media wasn't a thing back then, so because of the way he was getting that attention, it was able to push us up to the top. Obviously, our wins counted as well, which helped keep us up there in the early ages, like around the junior stage. But he always was way ahead of his time when it came to marketing and advice and business advice. And early on, he was like, you know what, you're going to manage your own money. Like literally, my first checks from whether it was Puma, like I got these huge checks. He's like, you figure it out. And so we had to figure it out. And I'm literally living at his house in the bedroom next to Venus.
How old are you at this?
I was 16.
Wow.
And he's like, most parents, they take your money and they take something, but he's like, you figure it out. And so I remember having to figure that out and having to learn how to manage from a very early age and not get crazy with it. And so he empowered us to do that.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. I'm a former New York Yankee and played professional baseball for over 20 years. Almost that entire time, I was thinking about business.
And I'm Jason Kelly. I've been a business journalist at Bloomberg for more than 2 decades. And across my career, I've covered everything from the Olympics to Wall Street.
From Bloomberg, this is The Deal. Each week, you'll hear us in conversation with business icons.
This show will explore deal-making across sports, media, and entertainment.
This is very fancy for a podcast.
If I knew what it was going to be, I'd put everything I had into it.
I get asked more about our relationship than I do my wife. You know what I'm saying?
This is a show where we talk with big-time athletes and executives about the wins, the losses, and lessons learned along the way.
This show is called The Deal.
The Deal?
The Deal. The Deal. That deal. The Deal.
Huge deal.
Who dug this up? One of y'all's in trouble.
So let's talk about Puma, because as we, again, sort of like really delving into this, it crystallizes so many things for you, and it echoes something you said just a few minutes ago. You said that wasn't as much about the money. It was about validation and putting you in a position to be in control in a way that you weren't before.
Puma was probably about the money a little bit for me. It was a lot of money. I remember I was 16 years old. I had an opportunity to be with other companies, but they passed. And there was this deal that Reebok wanted to do with me and Venus combined. And my dad and my team was like, we're not going to do this. We're not going to package Serena with Venus because she's going to be amazing. Thank God that we didn't do that.
Yeah.
So we went to LA. Arnon Milchan at the time was one of the biggest shareholders in Puma. They were all in Hollywood. Like, he also is like New Regency and owns all these, was producing all these films. So we're in this Hollywood studio, walking in the hallway, all these famous movies like Pretty Woman and all these posters are on the wall. And we sit in this conference room and we negotiate, and it's like literally midnight. I'm 16, my dad's negotiating, they're going back and forth, and he wants me there for the whole time to make sure I know what to do in the future.
You're literally falling asleep at the table.
I pass out. I'm not falling asleep. I pass out at some point.
Wow.
You know, I eventually wake up and they're still at it, and I'm just so upset. But what a learning experience. I learned so much from that experience. And ever since then, I'm usually behind the scenes. I don't do the negotiating, but I actually am behind the scenes. But no one really knows that it's actually me. Because my agent or whoever, if they get a deal, they come to me and they say, what do you want to do? And I tell them exactly what to do. But they obviously deliver the message. But it's super connected. We have such a great relationship when it comes to negotiating. They really trust my advice and my vision and where to go with it. And it all started at such a young age. But I also learned from that to ask for equity because I didn't at that time, which I probably should have. And then I ran into Arnon a couple of years ago, and he's like, yeah, you should have did equity. I'm like, thanks, Arnon. I was 16. You know, you should have said it. And he's like, no way. I was like, okay, well. But it was also a really good opportunity to see how you can amplify a complete brand. And what, I was able to help amplify that brand a lot.
Because there was a little bit of risk on both sides.
It was.
Right?
It was. I was the younger sister at the time. No one, understood that you could have siblings that play sport and they can both be great. And at that point, it was always just one or the other. And so Venus was an amazing athlete. So it was like, they can't possibly be another one. So it was a big chance for Puma, but also I was doing really amazing things and winning. And I won a Grand Slam less than a year later after signing. So
not a lot of risk for them.
Not a lot of risk for them, really. But and I think they saw that it was a lot of potential. And, that they saw it early on.
I remember, I don't know a lot about tennis, But what I do...
Good, because I don't know a lot about baseball.
I know that. I already know that. But we already know this. This is more for the audience. But one of the things, I remember when I was like 25, 26, I always used to remember you, not for your great plays, but for your fashion.
Oh, yes.
And I just thought, like, I wanted to see what Serena was wearing that day. Yeah,
Awesome.
with her skirt or little dress and what Pumas. And I just thought that, and then the Anna Wintour connection. What is it about fashion that motivates you? Because you've always been on point.
So, my mom used to sew our outfits when we were younger. And I remember some of our earliest tournament outfits my mom used to make. And so she would be cutting patterns. And at the time, they're called these Vogue patterns out. And she would put them together and she would sew our tennis outfits or some other school outfits or whatever. That's always been a natural attachment to fashion. And eventually I learned how to sew and how to make things from old socks. And then eventually I would use old clothes when I was literally living in Compton and just learned how to do the craft, right? That's kind of how it started. And eventually I went to fashion school, which is a whole story in its own. I feel like I have a zillion stories.
We're here for them, by the way.
How much time do we have?
As much as you want.
And it was going to have to be like a two-part session.
There you go.
And so eventually I went to fashion school, and then one thing I did love, and when I first came out with Pumas, they gave me like a lot of opportunities to design some of the stuff that I was wearing, or at least say like, this is what I want to wear. And I knew that, listen, I don't look like everyone else out here. I don't play like everyone else, and I'm different. It's clear that I'm different. I am a black girl and I'm playing tennis. And so I need to stand out. I don't want to wear the same kind of outfits that everyone else was wearing. And so Puma understood that. And then that kind of started the craze, and obviously Nike came on right after and just amplified it times a zillion, which made it even more cool, like which made me wear like a jean skirt in New York, which was kind of one of my favorite outfits. Yeah, it was insane. I still can't believe I did that.
Yeah.
I should have won that year, but anyway,
But let's talk about some of those specific fashion choices. The one that I think so many people remember is the catsuit.
The catsuit was legendary, yeah.
And so, like, take us back to that moment, like that choice, like how does that feel like when you put that on? Because you have said, I love this quote from you. It says, when there was an edge to how I looked, there was an edge to my game.
Absolutely. So that choice was definitely a Puma designer. And she was like, we want you to do this catsuit. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. This is so cool. And so the U.S. Open came, and I put it on, and I was like, I'm not doing this, and I took it off. I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. And so I had a second outfit in case I didn't want to wear the catsuit, which if you look at the Open in that year, I think it was 2002, I actually wore the second outfit in the second round. But I was like, no, I can't do that anymore. I need to wear that. I need to own this catsuit. I need to own it. So yeah, it was just a really wild experience. But anyway, I took it off, and I was like, I can't do this. And I'm like, I need to focus on my game, not on my outfit as I'm walking out on the court. And asked a few girls in the locker room what they think, and they're like, oh, that's crazy. You can't wear that. You can't wear that. And I'm like, oh, I know. And for whatever reason, right before walk-off, I just changed really fast. I threw the catsuit on. I zipped it up, and I just walked out. It was just like, oh my God. And then it was no looking back after that, really. So
did it feel as important in the moment?
No,
it didn't.
No,
okay, you didn't know, like, because
that's
when
the memes.
everything.
I always say that's when I got famous. It wasn't the 6 Grand Slams I won before that. It was a catsuit.
Yeah,
I didn't know. I mean, I was pretty young, and again, there was not a lot of stuff around body positivity at that time for a body that looked like mine in sport, because every woman at that time, not every woman, but a lot of women at that time had a different type of figure than I did, and so I was really different, and I was basically a lone soldier, and it was just me, and even my sister looked like the typical athlete that was just amazing and long and lean, and I was just totally different.
Yeah.
And so it was without knowing, it was really leaning into that. And again, I didn't know. I was just doing it, and then it was a lot of memes, even before memes were memes.
Right.
First
pre-meme.
You looked amazing. Okay,
Thanks.
I remember. I mean, at that time it was no Instagram, but you broke the internet. It was Google everywhere, and I remember a lot of my teammates and buddies from back home sending me the picture, saying, "Look how fly she looks." Right, but in baseball, Jason, it sounds like it's the same thing in tennis, where you look good, you feel good,
Absolutely.
you play good.
Yeah.
And I love that because that's exactly how I felt as a player.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. From breakfast cereals to pet foods, General Mills has an iconic array of brands. But future success depends on efficiency, innovation, and insight. CFO Kofi Bruce does much more than crunch numbers.
Our first job is to intimately understand and anticipate the consumer's needs.
Watch Chief Future Officer. New season starts July 10th on Bloomberg Television.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
The private markets in general have exploded at the expense of the public markets. Part of that's regulatory, part of that's just structural in the market. Private credit particularly exploded when the banks took a step back.
But I think we shouldn't underestimate the cultural power that moment had,
but it just crossed all borders, and it made people from all walks of life want to just kind of watch tennis, and it was just like being that cultural person to bring in people that don't normally watch the sport. Again, I didn't understand at the time, but seeing later on, and even the people that started playing tennis after that, and the people that are currently playing because of myself and my sister. It all started these moments. It's crazy to think about. I've never even voiced this stuff. Like, oh my God.
But that, I mean, it changes the business of tennis.
Absolutely.
Also changes the business of Serena, right? Yeah, I mean, it elevates you because, again, I feel like we need to keep stating, it's a given what you were doing on the court, but the impact you were having off the court just becomes magnified, to your point. What does it feel like as that is starting to take root?
It definitely feels different as that starts to take place. There were more contracts and more deals coming in and more time. But that's what it is about, right? Again, I'm thinking, I was told when I was really young that you make your money off the court. Tennis should be your smallest check in our sport at that time. And so I'm thinking, okay, this is what my dad was talking about. Like, how did he know? And so, and then it was also leaning into these designs even more after the cat suit. It was even more about leaning into that and how will I want to make my impact. I think that's about the time I started going to fashion school and trying to understand how did I want to make my impact off the court. Because it was always about having a plan B, even though I didn't necessarily need it, but it was just something etched in my head. My dad, you could fall, anything can happen, you could break your ankle, you have to have something to fall back on. And so all these moments in the back of my mind are like, okay, well, this is something that I can kind of do in the future.
I remember a story with Phil Knight, and I was with Nike ever since I was 17 years old. And we had Ken Griffey Jr. on our team, and at the time, he was like the Michael Jordan. And I was telling Uncle Phil, like, I want my own shoe like Griffey. And at that time, we had Jordan, we had Griffey, and that was the gold standard. And I'll never forget, we went to breakfast on a Saturday morning in Beverly Hills. And I said, Phil, when am I going to get my own shoe? And he says, Alex, if you get to a primary market, at the time I was in Seattle, I would redo your deal and I'll rewrite your contract. And I said, well, define a big market. He said, New York, LA, Chicago. I said, okay. The day where George Steinbrenner called me and traded me to New York, I got a call from Phil Knight. And he said, game on.
Wow.
And because of his loyalty, no contract, just a handshake. I've been with Nike ever since. I've never worn another shoe. But when I got to New York, I sensed things were different. The impact, all the opportunities that came. When did you feel that things were different and that whatever brand you went with actually had a ripple effect, not only domestically, but around the world?
Yeah, I think things got really different. I do remember, actually, now that you mentioned it, I actually forgot about the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, there you go.
She's a baseball expert.
Yeah,
I see it. It just happened right here. Yeah.
But I definitely remember you more in New York and how that whole world kind of exploded after that. But for me, I feel like everything changed after that catsuit, and not because of the catsuit. I think it was me winning the French Open, Wimbledon, and the U.S. Open in the same year, and it's been years and years and years since anyone had done that. And winning those 3 Grand Slams in a row. And I have to say, at the time, there was so many great tennis players. There was Lindsay Davenport, there was Martina Hingis, there was Venus Williams, there was Monica Seles. And to dominate at that time with everyone that was so great was just unheard of. And so I think winning that U.S. Open just solidified everything and the outfit. And it was like, well, this kid is amazing. How do I change that? How do I say, okay, tennis is great, but how do I extend that? And how do I expand that outside of tennis? And I think just understanding that pop culture and then get invited to different things that I would be like, oh, wow, I'm at the Laureus Awards, or I'm here and I'm actually winning these awards. And, you know, except for the one I lost. I'm still bitter about it. I'm not competitive at all.
No. Yeah, the winning and losing thing is definitely not.
Doesn't play with me at all.
And so how do you take advantage of that? Like, what's the process by which, I mean, you've been with Jill for a long time, Jill Smollard. Are the conversations different? Are your ambitions growing? Like, how do you activate that moment where you are blowing up even more?
Well, Jill has been amazing. I feel like leaning into having someone, a woman in that position, I think, quite frankly, maybe things would have been different if I had a guy. Like, maybe I would have had an extra deal or two, but it was really about leaning into having a woman on my team.
Interesting.
Owning that. And then we got ours when the time was due, when the time was ready. But it was some times where we had to fight a little bit extra. But it's really just about really empowering not only yourself, but people around you and your team as well. Jill works at WME, amazing agent there. I don't even like that word, actually, but I don't know. I haven't been able to find a different word for that.
She's like your partner.
Yeah, exactly, like a partner.
And how long have you guys been?
Oh, since 2000.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's been an incredibly long time. But it really was important to be able to expand and really start to think about what other things can you touch, what other things can you do, and how to go about doing that. So then you have to work from a plan. And then I would have a list. Like, I want to be with, at the time I wasn't with Gatorade. And I was like, my lifelong dream was to be with Gatorade, because I remember walking around the corner from my tennis court, not my tennis court, the community court in Compton. We would walk to the convenience store and my dad would buy 1 Gatorade in a can and we would all have to share it. And it was like, I've always loved that. And I've always loved that story, and I've always loved Gatorade, and I would always see the Mike, I want to be like Mike commercials, and I was like, I want that. And so we would always come together and say, what are some things that you want to do in a corporate, if it was corporate, what corporate companies you want to be with?
And does that resonate with you? I mean, because I'm sitting between these two very deliberate business people who have gotten to this from an early, I mean, do you remember identifying brands that you wanted to be with? Because it sounds like you had a literal list.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Gatorade's another one, because I believe I won the Gatorade Player of the Year in high school, and I was like, oh my God, that's so cool. That's the first big award that I won nationally. But for me, it was Nike. Nike, to me, was the ultimate North Star, because Michael Jordan wore it, right? And I looked up to Michael and Magic and Bird.
Everyone looked up to Michael.
Right?
It doesn't matter if you were a girl, a guy, whatever.
Who did you look up to? Who inspired you?
When it came to branding, Michael Jordan, I think he really was able to do branding in a different way, and the aplomb that he has walking around is just second to none. Tennis-wise, I was actually inspired by Monica Seles. I just liked her. I thought she was really cool, and I liked how she grunt.
look at the number of women that want to learn the game, young girls that are joining on the tee, really an exciting time for all of us to really capitalize on this moment. When you look at women who are making most of the purchasing decisions in households, whether that's cars or that is home or financial services, and who are going to drive the wealth of the future, it's women.
Obviously, we have our car business and we need to have games here and all that sort of thing. But what else can we do? How do we grow the platform? The whole ticket pricing process. It used to be very yellow sheet of paper, maybe some numbers around it. There was not a lot of science behind it. We're now in the world and have been for many years, as most other similar businesses are, to dynamic pricing. So our pricing for a seat may change hourly if we see demand for that, all driven to maximize revenues.
The balance sheet is so important to the success of the team. And a big part of my role is to make sure that the balance sheet stays strong and that we are prudent stewards of capital. There are things that we can do that are irrespective of winning or losing. Take a look at the first budget that comes from one of the teams and ask questions about, do you really need to spend that much? Are you really shooting high enough when it comes to partnership revenue?
Jobs Day, and Bloomberg has the report under surveillance.
The job market is quite strong. There's no major job losses. The economy is still chugging along.
This Friday, Bloomberg will bring you crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed.
We have a labor market that is not inflationary.
Perhaps some cooling is in front of us.
We're now starting to move into the more normal stage.
There's a lot of things under the hood here.
The June Jobs Report, Friday on Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day with 2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond. Bloomberg Open Interest premieres Monday at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg Television.
I do have a question. Was there a call where Jill called you and she said, all right, Serena, we got this company and this is what they're willing to pay you? And you said, what? They're willing to pay me that much? I've had moments like that, but I'm wondering if you ever had a moment like that.
Yes, I've definitely had that. And I'm like, let's start at yes. But let's not seem desperate. Let's wait at least an hour. No, let's wait at least a few days to call them back. But
and so, Nike, so let's talk about Nike for a second, because obviously Puma does one thing, but as you've alluded to, Nike does something altogether different.
Absolutely.
What was that negotiation? Like, what do you remember about sort of getting into business with them?
So I just remember I wanted to be with Nike. I had always wanted to be with Nike from day one. And even before signing with Puma, I was wearing Nike just because I would buy it. And then I would just, hopefully like sending some messages like, I'm your girl, I'm your girl, like, hello. But so that was always a company that I've wanted to be with. I think they have an opportunity to market, especially at the time. It's just like, if you want to be the best, then you have to wear Nike. And I think that was seared in my mind. I wanted to be the best, and I think they had the best stuff. They had the best marketing. They had an opportunity to put you, as we briefly globally. And because tennis is not just in the United States, it's Australia, it's England, it's Italy, it's China, it's literally everywhere on the globe. And can think of just a handful of companies that can reach that far. And so for me, I wanted to reach that far, and I wanted to be with a company that could amplify that. And I'm not necessarily amplifying them. I wanted them to amplify me.
You talked about this moment in tennis that I want to dwell on for a second, because you're right, there are a lot of great players, but you very quickly overcome all of them. You did something marked and notable for the business of tennis, for viewership, for attendance, for branding off the court. Was that apparent to you at the time, Or is it only apparent in retrospect?
No, it was very apparent because you would see matches. If I wasn't at a tournament or Venus wasn't at a tournament, the attendance was just different. And years that I was injured, oh God, or years that, stay professional, Serena. Don't say that. Years that I was injured or years that, I didn't play. You could just see the difference of, people that were attending the matches or viewers.
The U.S. Open is my favorite tennis tournament. Mm-hmm. It is the most electric setting. Mm-hmm. And then it's like the wattage is turned up when you walk out. That's just, again, that's factual.
I have to say, you feel that. And I took on a lot of that pressure as the years continued. After 10 years, I would feel that pressure of like, okay, is Serena going to be in New York? And it was like not the Serena Open, but it was still like a lot of attention on myself.
Right.
And Venus too, but it was a lot of attention on me.
Because the numbers are one thing, and the numbers are great, but what's the Serena effect on Serena? Like that pressure that in the sense of, that if you show up, that's better for tennis. That's better for the owner of the tournament.
I don't think that. I try to always remain humble, and I didn't go in the tournament thinking that. I mean, the U.S. Open is still going on, and I'm not playing, sadly. But and it's still going to be there with or without me. So I always had that view, and I always knew that. But at the same time, I also did know that for this amount of time, however that's going to be, it's going to be super amplified, and it's not easy. But you do walk in with your chest a little farther out and your head a little higher, because also you are a target. Everyone at the end of the day isn't really happy that you're on the front page of all these papers, and they're just like they want that, and a part of me is like, take it, because it's a lot of pressure, and it's a lot to hold when you losing is way bigger news than winning. Like if I won a match, it's almost last page, but if I lose, it's like front and center, so you don't want that story. And so having a lot of that pressure is definitely not fun, but it's also a privilege, and I think I would definitely prefer that pressure than not, if that makes sense.
Yeah, pressure is a privilege. It's right there, right when you walk out of the court, right?
Wow, New York is your favorite tournament. Wow.
But Jace, I want to segue to business, because I was on a call with Serena early on, and I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting that. And not because I had a prejudgment.
Hey, wait a minute.
No, I'll tell you why. Because the questions you were asking were so thorough. You had done your due diligence. You were asking things about, it has to fit with my brand. And I knew you would know all the numbers, but I didn't know how authentic you were going to be and how sincerely, deeply in the weeds you would be.
Yeah. Too deep in the weeds, we decided, right? It was too much.
But where does that come from? Is it from your playing days? Attention to detail?
I feel like, I am super attention to detail. Like, I feel like I've always excelled at education, and I love learning. And so, so for me, when it comes to my business, and like I said, I think we decided I was too much in the weeds, and like literally what he's talking about, like being on calls with founders, like, and actually helping founders understand like why their business isn't working and why it's not successful, or like literally on every call, we have calls every 6 weeks. I own that company, so not own the company, but I'm the representative for that company from my firm, SV Serena Ventures, and so I'm like literally on the calls. I'm literally helping them understand how they're fundraise. I'm looking at their decks, and so it's a lot. So I decided, okay, that's too much. I can't go on like this. But I truly love investing. Yeah. And that's one thing that I kind of fell in love with from tennis. I would see these sponsors, because tennis is all sponsor based, and I would see like some of these sponsors come up, and I'm like, well, I have some little cash. Like, how did I not invest in Facebook? How did I invest in Airbnb? Or how did I miss Google? Or like, all these companies. I don't know if you've ever thought of that, but I'm like,
I missed a bunch.
how? Like, why? And I started to ask these questions, like, why am I out here breaking my neck and sweating when I could have invested in these companies, and I could still be doing the same thing, but I wouldn't have to be such dire needs.
Yeah.
I've got to win US Open this year. I've got to pay these bills. So I literally would be on the court looking at these sponsors thinking, how did I miss this? And so I started asking questions, and I went to, at the time, San Francisco, Silicon area. Back then, it was a super boys club.
Yeah.
And I would ask questions. I remember even just sitting in Pinterest at the time one day and just learning from the founder there, and just being a sponge and just trying to understand the business, understand investing, understand all this stuff a little bit more. And that's kind of how it all started.
Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
And how mammoth value is coming from the smallest of players. 3,184 hits, 431 home runs, and of course the most famous stat that everybody knows, 2,632 consecutive games played. Unmatched career. Why are you doing this?
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
There's only one word, winning. You win on the court, you win off the court. And as you do that, you bring people along.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
What I can say is that we've been making significant investments across the franchise, across regulatory reporting, across data, and across resolution and recovery planning. These are areas we've been investing in because we know the areas that, frankly, the industry likely needs to further enhance, and we certainly want to enhance them for ourselves.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg.
But unfortunately, to your point about the Bay Area and underrepresentation, still there. What is it? 2% of VC funding
less
goes to women. Even fewer when you start to go to other categories of underrepresentation. Was that part of the DNA of Serena Ventures from the beginning? How did that all?
No, another story if you guys want to hear it.
Yes,
so I started.
We're literally here for your stories.
So I started investing, and then I somehow got into early stage investing. I didn't realize that it was called early stage. I just liked companies that were starting, and then I liked growing them. One of them was Masterclass. I remember meeting the guys. David is one of the founders, and it was a room about this size, but this is all they had, and they didn't have anything else, and this is where Masterclass was, and I fell in love with the concept. I fell in love with what they were doing, and I was like, I want to be a part of this. And so it was just finding several different companies like that, and then Masterclass obviously became Masterclass.
Yeah.
And one day I was at a conference at JP Morgan, and Jamie Dimon was on stage, and he was talking to this woman. She's on stage, and she's talking about women and VC and how women get less than 2% of all VC money. And I'm thinking, she misspoke. That's so embarrassing. Like, I'm embarrassed for her.
Right.
But that's how people should think about it. But this is genuine. My genuine thoughts is that she misspoke. So me being me, after she was done, I go up to her and I'm like, hi. hi, yeah, I'm Serena. And then I'm like, well, you said something on stage, and I don't know if you meant to say this or if you said the number wrong, but something about 2%, less than 2%. And she's like, you know, Karen.
Yeah, of course.
So she's like the woman I dream of being.
Yeah.
And she's just like,
Oh,
she
yeah.
just tells me everything. And she just gives me all this amazing information in the span of 10 minutes. And I'm like, I didn't know. And so that's how Serena Ventures happened. From that moment forward, I was like, I need to start an investment company, and I'm not going to be able to change it, but the platform can help other people talk about it and change it. And so that's when, from that point, 3 years before I actually raised a fund. So I worked on doing more deals. I ended up getting about 16 unicorns in my portfolio. So that way I would have a good track record, because I knew it wouldn't be probably easy for us to raise a fund first go around.
Yeah.
Until you get to know me and you get to know the story and you get to know all the investments that I had done. And that's what happened.
So Serena, as I hear you speaking, I can't help but think about like, when I transitioned from baseball to business, and it's quite daunting. And I know for me, there was some imposter syndrome. But we're both former athletes. I'm a man of color. You're a woman of color. As you enter the world of capital raising, which is very difficult, especially when you haven't had the track record early on, how did that make you feel when you went to LPs, potential LPs, to raise capital?
It's a competition. I loved it. It's what it gave me energy. It gives me life. In telling my story. And also, this isn't about me, and it's not about me raising capital. We are investing in women. We are investing in people of color. Like that 2% is women. People of color, women of color is less than a fraction.
Right.
Like if I want to start a business and my name isn't Serena Williams, I'm going to have to take something out on my house. I'm going to have to go to the bank. Like I'm just going to not be able to get VC money. But we're changing that. And we don't only invest in women. We don't only invest in people of color, but we're putting that on a platform. Our portfolio right now, as it stands, is 68% women or person of color. And that is unheard of in the VC world. And so for me, it's all about diversity and bringing everyone together. We invest in literally everyone. We don't care what you look like, but we hear your story if you're a woman. We hear your story if you're a person of color. And a lot of people that look like me don't even get their story heard. And so when you do go to these LPs and you genuinely tell them story, if they pass, they pass. But at least you get them thinking. You get them hearing. And maybe they'll invest in another fund that is doing the same thing. Maybe that has been around a little bit longer with a track record, a little bit longer. But they'll come around to us at some point. And that's kind of how I feel. But I love talking to LPs and just getting that story told on a platform that a lot of people don't have. And so it's super amazing for us.
The barriers you and your sister and your dad broke down when it came to tennis, does it feel like there's a parallel to what you're trying to do in business?
It does, and I don't want it to be. My daughter wants to do a sport, and I'm like, you have to do a sport you're not breaking down barriers, because mom has already done that, and you don't need to do that.
Yeah.
And so somehow I find myself in a similar story without trying. I think eventually you're just drawn to, whatever you're drawn to. And without me realizing it, I was always drawn to this space, and it put me here, and I'm not going to change. I am taking a step back. I'm taking your advice. Like, oh my goodness, already done. But the impact will always be there, and the impact will continue to be there. And I look forward to that. And just helping.
Your dad was a partner. Your sister was a partner. And now Alexis is clearly a life partner, but also I'm fascinated, and I think Alex is too, about, these two entities, these two business entities sort of coming together.
Yeah.
And I wonder, because it's apparent to us as we look at it, the influence you've had on each other in terms of investments. What do you think your influence has been on him?
Well, I think my influence on him is just he really wants that success. He really wants to be seen as that best investor. And he is. He's such a great investor. And I'm like, you already have that, but he wants it to be even more amplified. And also just explaining to him and just giving him my insights of, how to play the game. Because you have to be able to play the game whether you're investing or whether you are in sport. It's who plays the game the best. And some of the greatest businessmen and investors play the game better than someone who actually might be better and smarter. And with him, we met because we were talking about investments all these years ago.
That's how you met?
That's how we met. Yeah, we were just.
You got to tell us that story.
Okay, you asked. I told you I have a lot of stories. So I was in Italy at a tournament, and I had been in Europe for a few weeks at that point. And then when you hear an American accent, when you haven't heard it for a few weeks, it's like refreshing. And so all week at this particular hotel we were staying at, there was these American people that were here for a tech conference. And so anyway, fast forward to a couple of days later, I have a match that day. I'm so focused when I play a match, like I literally would never leave the room. I would watch film all day, and I would be in my room, and it was a night match. And night matches are extremely stressful for me mentally because I'm having to be in the room from until 6 p.m. or 5 p.m. So I'm like, I don't want to be in the room till 5 p.m. today by chance. I was like, I just can't do this today. I just can't. So I left to go downstairs have breakfast. Now, this is crazy. Like, come on. I mean, I literally would even eat breakfast in my room. I would never be seen. I was a ghost. So I went to have breakfast. Woo! Wow, that's such a big thing, what it was in my world. So I went downstairs, and I was late for breakfast. I didn't go downstairs till 11 because I was just fighting with myself. If I was like, I should be studying. That's how hard I was on myself. So I went down late, breakfast was closed, and so I went to this other restaurant with this massive pool, and there's all these chairs, and there's all these tables, and there's this pool, and there's on the other side of the pool, there's chairs. And so we're the only people. It's me, Jill, and my assistant at the time. And he was Australian. That's going to come back too. So we sit down, the only people there, and we order our breakfast, and we're just talking and laughing. And this guy walks in with a computer, and he sits down right next to us at the table right next to us. And I'm like, so upset. Like, do you see how big this area is?
Read the room, bro.
Are you kidding me? Like, does it look like we want people next to us? Like, it's huge. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So my assistant at the time, his name was Zane. He's like, hello, mate, there's this is an awful accent. It's Aussie. Like, Aussie accent is the worst. There's a rat over there. And he's saying that there's a rat, because we're trying to get him to go away. Oh my God. And then he looks up and he's like, is there really a rat? And he's like, is there really a rat? Because I'm from Brooklyn and I'm not afraid of rats. And I was like, oh, you're from Brooklyn. So that's how we started talking. And then so he said, I was like, what are you here for? And he's like, oh, I'm here for the conference. I was like, oh, cool. Who are you here to see? And he's like, oh, I'm not seeing anybody. I'm speaking. I'm like, okay, this guy has, excuse me. And anyway, he started talking about he did Reddit, and he started Reddit. And then, of course, I hadn't heard of it. But now you get to know me. I'm like, I don't hear of anything.
Right. But what's interesting about this, like Jace, I've been in a lot of calls and Zooms with Serena and a lot of calls with Alexis. And by the way, they're both so different, but they complement each other so well. And they'll never mention they're each other's partners. They keep it so professional in their lane. Yeah. But then when they come together, they're really
very
magical.
Church and state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In New York, I'm Menace Credit.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
And the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
What have you learned from him as an investor?
We keep it very church and state.
Yeah.
But I do go to him for advice. I'm like, okay, so what do you think about this? And how do you build these deals? And I always pick his brain when it comes on building a team. I think he builds incredible teams. And also I always pick his brain on when it comes to early stage investments in terms of sectors, like what's going to be another sector that's going to be exciting. He's probably already invested in companies way before that sector is even popular, which is honestly incredible.